So Xiaoyu Ji is not here, right? Who is supposed to be this session chair? So he's not here. So I will do the replacement session chair. And as you know, I'm Yongdae Kim. I'm Foreign Committee co-chair with Alexandra. And I will chair this session, wearable and cellular security. And it's good because I've been working on wearable and cellular security for my last 10 years. So I am pretty qualified as a session chair. And we have 4 papers. And the first paper will be presented by Vincent. And this is actually a very, very important problem that, so there's something called SUSI, which is actually the identity is encrypted. And when we use post-quantum, we have to use post-quantum, right? In the near future, right? And he's going to talk about what happens when the post-quantum is applied to cellular networks. And he actually told me a very funny story that he just joined Jean-Pierre's group 2 months ago, but he has paper. And to Jean-Pierre, this is like a present who, the student who brought the paper to his lab is like, what the hell? Anyway, so thank you. Vincent, let's welcome Vincent for his presentation.
All right. Yeah, thanks you so much for the nice introduction. So my name is Vincent Ulich, and I will present the paper, A Post-Quantum Secure Subscription Concealed Identifier. Today, this is joint work with Shinjo Park, Sonis Matsugi, and Jean-Pierre Seifert, all from Technical University Berlin. And what we did in this paper is basically we present a way to make the encryption of the IMSI, which is a unique identifier for our subscribers in cellular networks, post-quantum secure. So to give you a little bit more background on this problem, up until 4G, the IMSI was sent in clear text via when a subscriber registered to the network. So that means that if you track or you capture packages, you could track and locate users in the vicinity, right? So there was a privacy problem. Now, to fix that, 5G introduced the SUCI, which is called the Subscriber Concealed Identifier. And that means that there was some public key cryptography inserted into the SIM card, which then encrypted this IMSI, and you sort of fixed that privacy leak problem, well, to some extent at least. But now, of course, this remediates the problem until we have this quantum computer threat, right? Until that becomes a reality. And that would then allow us to, again, track and locate users. And then to remediate the problem, we now present a way to do this in a post-quantum secure manner. So to give you a little bit more detail, this is the situation up until 4G. Basically, in a very abstracted way, the subscriber sends an attach request to the operator. The operator then sends an identity request to the subscriber, so to the phone, and the subscriber would answer with its IMSI. And this would allow attackers to run so-called IMSI catchers, which either through active attacks or through just passive eavesdropping could collect those IMSIs and then correlate them into a user's track, or simply realize users in their vicinity, right? The IMSI, again, is unique per subscriber. So in 5G, this attach request looks a little bit different. Again, the subscriber sends the attach request, the operator answers with the identity request, but then the operator sort of hard-coded the public key into the SIM card, and the subscriber then uses that public key to encrypt the IMSI and into the subscriber concealed identifier, so into the SUCI, and then the operator decrypts the SUCI on its side and proceeds with the rest of the registration protocol. And then the problem with that is, of course, the SUCI remediates the problem for now, but it relies on public key cryptography, which we know is not post-quantum secure. So once you have a quantum computer, you can launch the following attack, right? You just catch the SUCI and then use your quantum device to decrypt the SUCI again, and then you would de-anonymize the users. So to understand how this attack would work in a little bit more detail, let's first recall how is the ZUCHI calculated exactly. Basically, the way it works is the subscriber has a pre-shared public key from the operator and then derives a shared secret using elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman and then uses that shared secret to encrypt the IMSI via AVS. And there's a particular very interesting problem with that is namely because the public key is pre-shared, this way of calculating the ZUCHI does not provide forward secrecy. So one broken public key can then retroactively de-anonymize many users. So here's the calculation scheme in a little bit more detail. You read it from left to right, and this is from the subscriber side. So this is a screenshot, or this is a graphic taken from the standard. So the public key here is shared. The subscriber starts by generating an ephemeral Diffie-Hellman key pair and then deriving a shared secret from that by following standard Diffie-Hellman. And then this shared secret is used for a key derivation function, which is based on SHA-1, to derive a key for a symmetric AES encryption, and also an ephemeral MAC key to verify the ciphertext. And then this, the ZUCHI, or the ZUPI IMSI, is encrypted using AES into the ZUCHI. We use the MAC function to calculate a tag, and we send all of that, so our public key, the ZUCHI, and the tag to the home network, which can then follow the same procedure using its own private key to decrypt the ZUCHI into the IMSI. Now, quantum computers could break this in the following way. Even now, they could launch a so-called record and then decrypt later attack, right? So what they could do is you could already now start to record the ZUCHIs and store them in a database. And then once you have access to a quantum device, you break the public key of an operator to collect the private key. And then you can just follow the same procedure that the operator would follow to decrypt the ZUCHIs and de-anonymize retroactively the users. So how would we fix this problem and introduce post-quantum secure encryption? Well, what we can realize first is that sort of the right half of this diagram, there's not much that we need to do because it relies on symmetric encryption, and symmetric encryption can be assumed up to some quadratic speedup to be unaffected by quantum computers. So all we need to do here to be safe is increase the key size. On the left side, that's really where the problem comes in, is this Diffie-Hellman key exchange. And this public key cryptography we can break with quantum computers by calculating the private key from the public key. So we only need to change the left side and replace this Diffie-Hellman step. Now, when we look for a sufficient replacement, what we turn to is we wanted to build it on established or standardized post-quantum secure cryptography. So we turn to the NIST call for standardization, which is a competition run by NIST to standardize new post-quantum secure cryptographic primitives, which encompasses signature schemes and also something which is called key encapsulation mechanisms, which I will go to in a minute. So the problem with this NIST call for standardization, which, by the way, just hence entered, a longer time ago, entered the third round, and a lot of the candidates have already been eliminated due to design insecurities. So our hope is that for the remaining candidates, we can be reasonably sure that they are indeed secure, right? But this NIST call for standardization does not have a direct Diffie-Hellman equivalent, but instead, there is something which is called a key encapsulation mechanism, which works slightly different, but you get the same result. So in a key encapsulation mechanism, what happens if Alice and Bob want to establish a shared secret? Bob, in a setup phase, first generates a public-private key pair of a private key and a public key, then shares this public key with Alice, and then Alice generates a secret on her side and encrypts this secret using post-quantum secure public key cryptography under the public key K that has been pre-shared by Bob. And this then results in a ciphertext C, and which encapsulates the secret that was generated by Alice. And then Alice would send that secret, or that encrypted secret, to Bob. Bob would decrypt it under his private key, and they have both shared the same secret K. And then it's pretty obvious how you would naturally replace the Diffie-Hellman step with the CAM, all you need to do is, again, the operator shares some public key of the home network to the SIM card, and then upon registering to the network, the device simply generates a secret, encapsulates that with the public key, and then shares this encrypted ephemeral shared key with the home operator. And after that, both parties follow the same steps that they used to follow for the ZUCHI. So this protocol, we dubbed it CAM-ZUCHI, would be our proposed replacement for the ZUCHI in 5G, which is not post-quantum secure. Now, we are left with the question, there are now 4 remaining candidates left in this NIST call for standardization for the CAMs, and all of them provide reasonably security, so they all have 128 bits, 128 bits level of security. But the problem is we want to choose something which suits our needs, right? Because we need to run on embedded devices, we need to run it on a SIM card, so we want to choose something which suits our needs. And now the 4 CAMs are a little bit different in terms of they have certain trade-offs, right? They have, for example, Make a Lease has a smaller ciphertext size, but a larger public key size, while other CAMs have a larger ciphertext size, but they have a smaller public key. So what we did was we thought about, okay, the ZUCHI is calculated either on the SIM card or on the UE. Now, this imposes some resource constraints on the CAMs. So we thought a little bit about, okay, what priorities and what constraints do the CAMs need to adhere to? And what we came up with are certain thresholds that cannot be exceeded. One is the ciphertext size, which should be below 3,000 bytes. This is defined by the standard in 5G. Then there is the small public key size. So the public key should not be larger than 256 kilobytes. We came up with that by choosing a reference SIM card from an Infineon SLC 40mm, which does only have 256 kilobytes of read-only storage. So we should not exceed that with our choose CAM. And the last thing is the CAM should hold only low memory usage. And here we set a threshold of 10 kilobytes, again defined by the reference SIM card. So every scheme that does not provide this, we eliminate a priori. Now we came up with the following results. So Make a Lease, which was one of the CAMs, we could not use, at least from our perspective, for the ZUCHI because the public key size is 256 kilobytes, so it's too high. It would not be feasible to run on a small SIM card, right? Which only leaves 3 of the remaining candidates, Kyber, Saber, and Entru. And here we said that Kyber and Saber would be reasonably or well suited for CAM-ZUCHI because they are below our defined thresholds, and also they are performing well in 3 additional categories that we defined, namely ciphertext size, the speed of the encapsulation, which means the SIM card can encrypt the secret fast, right? So we don't introduce an additional delay in the registration procedure, and they have low memory usage. We included a bunch of other evaluations in the paper, for example, energy usage or some considerations on side channel resistance and also code storage size. But we identified these 3 dimensions as really the most important part for usage of cryptography in the SIM card. Now, an additional thing that we did was we wanted to integrate the CAM into this CAM-ZUCHI into 5G already, right? So 6G will probably take a long time to even standardize and roll out, but we can already extend the 5G standard to include this new CAM-ZUCHI. And how would we do that? Well, upon registration, the SIM card sends a identifier, a profile identifier, to the home operator, which tells the home operator which scheme it used to calculate the ZUCHI. So extending the standard is pretty obvious. All you would need to do is introduce new profile identifiers for this post-quantum secure ZUCHI. And then this would easily be an extendable standard, and you could use new SIM cards handing out with the CAM-ZUCHI. Now, as a result, we have 4 different profiles now, 2 old ones, which is either the Diffie-Hellman encryption scheme, which I showed you using curve 25519, and A has 120 bits, 128 bits as the symmetric encryption scheme, or using another curve, SECP 256R1, again using AES. And we introduce now 2 additional schemes using Kyber with double key size for AES, or Saber again with double key size for AES. And our results were that using, again, reference benchmarks, so we didn't do our own benchmarks, but again, reference benchmarks, we found out that Kyber and Saber would introduce additional network bandwidth because the ciphertext size is bigger, which of course is not so desirable, but the encryption or the encapsulation on the SIM card would be faster than the elliptic curve encryption schemes. So there are some new trade-offs basically introduced here. All right, so as an outlook, the ZUCHI is now the only usage of public key cryptography in the SIM card. And we made that post-quantum secure. But of course, the journey to post-quantum secure telco networks is not really done yet. And we see 2 main tasks. One is to analyze also the symmetric key cryptography schemes a little bit more under this aspect of post-quantum security, because, well, telco, especially the authentication procedures, the registration procedures, rely very much on symmetric cryptography. So we need some crypt analysis for that. And then also, in newer networks, there's a lot of IP-based communication, for example, in Wi-Fi, which then again relies on public key cryptography. So also moving forward to post-quantum secure protocols there would be a natural next step. All right, let me conclude the talk. So basically, the key takeaways here are that a few invocations of Shor's algorithm would be sufficient to retroactively de-anonymize all subscribers of a given operator, because you only need to break a few public keys. And then that combined with the fact that standards, developing new standards, and especially rolling out those standards is a slow process, there's an urgency to develop post-quantum security protocols now, and then hopefully rolling them out in the future. And we provided the starting point with that, with ChemZUCHI, which provides post-quantum secure protocols for the ZUCHI. And then we hope that our evaluation process, where we sort of let ourselves be guided by the needs that are defined by a SIM card, define those thresholds and set priorities for what the chem should provide, that can guide further research as well when choosing appropriate post-quantum secure cryptography. And with that, thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions or comments, let me know.
Hello, everybody. I hope you already know who I am. Yeah, so thanks for your talk. I would like to ask the question related to the protocol. Maybe you go to slide 11.
Which protocol?
Slide 11.
Yeah. This one?
Yeah, exactly. So, no, it's number 5. I want slide 11.
You want slide 11?
Yes.
This one?
Exactly. So here the Bob sends public key in the first step. Mm-hmm. And my question is, if the attacker sends their own public key, so impersonates and...
all right, so this is done out of band, right? So...
okay, that little detail you didn't mention. How do you do that out of band?
So Bob, right, in this specific scenario of the ChemZUCHI, yeah. Bob is the operator.
Yeah.
So the operator would again share the public key in the SIM card.
Oh,
so
okay,
when manufacturing, yeah.
When you buy a SIM card, you
have
a
okay.
PK inside.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
So it's the same thing for the Diffie-Hellman as it is done right now for the ZUCHI. Mm-hmm. Also the
okay. So the video is ready. Oh, and the presenter is there. And I think they are looking for a presenter. Or there's some technical problem with the presenter to join the channel. Oh. All right. Hey, my presenter is here. Are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, 5G is entering an era of rapid development. According to GSMA, by March 2021, more than 150 commercial 5G networks have been deployed worldwide, covering every region. As the largest 5G market, three major Ladies and gentlemen, 5G is entering an era of rapid development. According to GSMA, by March 2021, more than 150 commercial 5G networks have been deployed worldwide.
Tell me if you're ready. Yes. So ready.
Can we talk, Eric? Can we talk to the? You can introduce the English.
All right. So next presentation will be by Shiyu Ni, and the title of the paper is "Measuring the Deployment of 5G Security Enhancement." And I've also have experienced that 5G has many security features enhanced in the standard, but it turns out that actually carriers do not implement some of those enhancements. And this is the measurement study showing what kind of improvement has been actually deployed. Let's welcome today's, we are ready, right? So let's welcome today's speaker, Shiyu. Can we start video now?
Ladies and gentlemen, 5G is entering an era of rapid development. According to GSMA, by March 2021, more than 150 commercial 5G networks have been deployed worldwide, covering every region. As the largest 5G market, three major operators in China have installed more than 1.3 million 5G base stations, serving 497 million 5G users. China alone will account for nearly half of total 5G connections by 2025. At a time when 5G cellular networks are showing explosive growth, users' expectations for 5G are also on the rise. In addition to faster speed, wider connectivity, and lower latency, users also expect 5G to become more secure, as this will directly affect their vital interests. Yet most existing academic works either look for programmatic vulnerabilities in 5G simulation platforms or analyze 5G protocol issues on a theoretical level. Even though 5G offers enhanced security based on 5G security specifications, little is known about these security enhancements in real-world deployment. We think it's time to explore such issues and check whether 5G brings us a more secure environment. By collecting and analyzing signaling messages between a cell phone and several commercial 5G networks in China, our work analyzes 5G security features and measures their implementation in commercial networks. To the best of our knowledge, this work performs the first evaluation of the commercial 5G networks in terms of the deployment of security enhancements. Besides, we present a comprehensive study on the new security features of 5G networks on the NR interface. Most importantly, we demonstrate several deployment vulnerabilities of commercial 5G networks, which are: first, all operators use SUSI with null scheme in identity responses. Second, all operators miss temporary identity updates after sending service requests. Third, operator B and C do not have UP confidentiality protection activated, and all three operators do not support UP integrity protection. Fourth, operator A and B transmit the NAS container in plain text in the initial NAS messages. Due to these insecure configurations, 5G subscribers are still exposed to risks such as user data leakage, identity privacy stealing, tracking, and DOS attacks. The three key questions our work aims to answer are: first, what are the key security features of 5G NR? And second, how can their deployment be measured? Third, does the current commercial network meet the requirements? The first question seems easy, but it's not. The 5G standard has considerable complexity and is divided over a large number of documents. To extract and summarize the security enhancements and their corresponding deployment requirements, we identify 5 documents running over 2,100 pages. Finally, we provide a comprehensive overview of the new 5G security features introduced in 3GPP specifications, with a focus on the security of the access network. These security mechanisms function through several critical security procedures, so we need to understand them in conjunction with the signaling flow of the phone into the network. When a UE accesses the 5G system, it will go through several procedures like registration procedure, AKA procedure, NAS SMC, and RRC SMC procedure. During this period, signaling interactions are performed between the phone and the base station as well as the core network to complete mutual authentication, security algorithm configuration, etc. The relationship between the 5G security features and the procedures they involve is colored in the figure. 5G security features studied in this work include security algorithms, user plan security activation, SUPI concealing, 5G GUTI relocation, and the protection of initial NAS messages. Details can be seen in our paper. The second question is, how can the deployment be measured? Once we have sorted out the security features of the 5G access network and its corresponding deployment requirements, we can generate test cases and analyze the signaling interacted in the actual network to measure whether it meets the deployment requirements. Utilizing 5G commercial phones and a test tool called Pilot Pioneer, we monitor and decode UE-side 5G signaling at the control layer in real time. We tested commercial 5G networks of 3 mobile operators in China, termed as Operator A, B, and C. Collectively, they serve hundreds of millions of 5G subscribers. Specifically, we analyzed the detail of critical signaling messages and performed a statistical analysis of the 5G GUTI values in different scenarios. The last but most important question is, does the current commercial network meet the requirements? The experimental results show that major discrepancy exists between 5G security standards and real-world deployment, especially in area of UP protection and subscriber identifier protection. Therefore, well-known security risks such as user data leakage, location exposure, and DOS attacks still apply to 5G commercial networks. Specifically, in crypto algorithms, operator A and B lack confidentiality protection for NAS, which could lead to the interception of status and authorization data between the UE and Geno B, posing risks of attacks such as location tracking. As a new security feature, 5G mandates the support of both confidentiality and integrity protection for UP by UE and Geno B. However, our results showed that operator B and C do not have UP confidentiality protection activated, and all 3 operators do not support integrity protection, which makes data vulnerable to interception and may lead to malicious alteration of user data. In the protection for subscriber identifiers, we found that all operators use SUSI with null scheme and miss 5G GUTI updates after sending service requests, which causes user privacy to be easily intercepted by fake base stations to facilitate attacks such as locating, tracking, and signal hijacking. In the protection of initial NAS messages, we found that operators A and B just transmit the NAS container in plain text posing the risk of fake network and DOS attacks. Our work measures the security of commercial 5G deployment, especially the implementation of new 5G security features. To address the vulnerabilities discovered, we strongly recommend 3GPP to further strengthen its security requirements by changing important security features such as UP integrity protection and SUPI concealment from optional to mandatory to use. We also recommend operators to adopt stronger security policies by implementing some important optional security features, and also fix the deployment flaws discovered in this paper. We would also like to point out, this paper is a measurement of 5G security enhancements. From the experience of cellular networks and even internet, the deployment of security enhancement is a complex task and usually takes a long time. For example, HTTPS. What's more, the basic infrastructure of the 5G network is still in the initial state of deployment. Therefore, we may not be able to guarantee that all these issues could be fully fixed in a short time. However, we believe this work could raise awareness and focus on such issues for the security community and operators as the first and necessary step towards a more secure 5G environment. That's all of my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
If you have a question, please step up and ask question. Again, in the meantime, I will ask a question. Oh, so you are not Shiyu. Hold on. Oh, so you are Yiming Zhang?
Oh, yeah, I'm Yiming.
So you are Yiming. Oh. Do you hear me? Hybrid conference is so difficult. Do you hear me? Yiming, do you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can.
Okay. So, so can you go back to the, oh, we cannot go back to the slide. Oh, okay. So, do you know why they have not implemented? So, do you know? So you know that those security requirements are mandatory to implement, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right. So implementation is already done by device manufacturers, right? Do you understand what I
Sorry,
mean?
I hear it clearly.
So the question is, so when you look at the 3GPP standard, it says implementation is mandatory, but use is optional in some cases, right?
Yeah.
So do you know which of those requirements uses both use and implementation are mandatory? Oh, it's difficult. Do you understand my question?
The voice is not continuing.
The voice is not continue?
Yeah.
What? Oh,
I may miss some words.
so let me type it on the chatting window. Okay?
Okay.
Oh my God. 2022. So they're going to type it on the chatting window. So in 3GPP standard, okay, implementation and use can be mandatory or optional. Okay, so among those security requirements, which requirements are mandatory in both implementation and the usage? Is this too complicated question? I don't hear your voice. Oh my God. So,
Sorry?
hold on. So what do you say?
Can you repeat the question?
So in 3GPP standard, okay,
Yeah.
usage and implementation can be optional or mandatory. Among those security requirements you said, which are both mandatory, which requirements are mandatory in both usage and implementation?
Sorry, the voice is not continue.
So they are going to type it on the chatting window. Look at the chatting window. Now she's reading the window. I think she doesn't read the.
Can you see the chat? I posted the question on chat. Yiming?
Look at the chatting and then answer.
We move ahead.
Yiming, I think we cannot. I think we need to take it offline. Really, seriously.
Yeah.
So I will ask you a question later. Thank you. Bye. So did she look at the chatting window?
We had that question.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
I have saw the
Okay.
the
Finally.
chatting window. Are you asking me? Are you asking me whether the security features we tested are mandatory?
Usage is mandatory. So you don't understand?
I don't get what do you mean? The usage is mandatory.
All right, let's take it offline. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. And the third speaker, oh my God, this is Anuradha, who is going to talk about hacking your brain, hacking my brain. Anuradha, can you come up and get ready for your lecture? So the title is, it's okay, it's a systematization paper. Your mind tells a lot about yours on the privacy leakage by your brainwave devices. And this will be presented by Anuradha Mahinder. By the way, she's on the job market, so when you like her presentation, please try to consider her job. and she's at Alabama, and Nitesh, her advisor, moved from left her to Alabama, moved to Texas A&M, which was the same case for me when I was a grad student. My advisor moved from USC to UC Irvine. So I see your point. All right, so let's welcome today's speaker, Anuradha.
Thank you for introducing me. Hi, everyone. I'm Anuradha from EAB. My advisor is Dr. Nitesh Saxena, who recently moved to Texas A&M University at College Station. He advised this topic. So the title itself gives the idea, like we are concerned about the privacy leakage from your brainwave. We are mainly concerned about consumer-grade EEG headsets. So the privacy concern, I want to list a couple of the privacy concern that we are talking about nowadays. With the help of neural signal recorded from the brain-computer interfaces, we can learn about users' mental status, emotional state, behavioral pattern, and different medical conditions. The bright side of these applications are this application help people to improve performance and lead healthy lifestyles. But any data can be compromised. And the attacker on these BCI devices get access to people's brainwave and extract people's private data for malicious purpose. So the attacker can learn about people's private life without the consent. Moreover, neural signal can reveal more information than the designated benign purpose, such as untold PIN, password, bank, credit card information, and different medical conditions like heart disease, Parkinson disease, etc. So these are the main privacy concerns can be led by malicious actor by recording your brainwave. So here I want to give an overview of the threat scenario, how this attack can be launched by the malicious actor. So in here we have the brainwave devices placed on the human scalp, consumer-grade brainwave devices. The victim's smartphone or the computing system is pre-installed with a malicious BCI application, which act like benign application. It is being used for performance monitoring app or for any other applications such as gaming or attention meditation training, such anything could be. The attacker has access to the either has access to the computing system or has access to the server, or the attacker can listen to the channel data. Either way, the attacker has access to the neural signal from the EEG devices. Attacker use its own machine learning classifiers to extract information. By using different feature extraction technique, the attacker can learn about different private sensitive information such as mental condition, emotional status, your health condition, even he can learn about are you alcoholic or not, your age group, and your untold typed PIN, password, bank, credit card information, anything he can learn from your brainwave. Recently, couple of media coverages are there. A trial of BCI used in a school in China to monitor people's performance throughout brainwave has been halted due to the privacy concern raised. Another media coverage is there, which mentioned that some tech companies are using they're using data mining from workers' brainwave to monitor the performance of the worker and to get the emotional state so that they can improve the performance. This kind of implementation can obviously reveal more private data from the worker's brain, which is not being supposed to do. So these two type of application were halted due to the privacy concern raised. So in this systemized paper, we try to give different type of brain mapping technique that are being used by current brain computer interfaces on the market, and we are trying to give you a couple of examples of currently available EEG headsets for gaming and entertainment industry. We'll provide a detailed review and systemization on existing literature on passive and active attacks that can extract private information passively and actively from your brainwave. We will give another systemization on to demonstrate like what kind of private information can be extracted, which have not been explored yet from the benign applications. We will give you overview of currently published couple of papers on privacy enhancement techniques and the limitation of those techniques. Lastly, we will provide an evaluation on possible future attacks and future research direction to the security researcher to consider the privacy risks on brain-computer interface, mostly consumer-grade EEG headsets. As a preliminary background, I want to give you the different brain mapping techniques and which part of the human brain can expose what kind of data. This is a EEG 1020 electrode placement. This placement shows that frontal area is denoted as F, occipital lobes are denoted as O, and from the table on the left side, we can see the frontal lobe of the human brain is responsible for reasoning, problem solving, attention, meditation level, emotional status, and where the occipital lobe of human brain, the backside of the human brain, is responsible for visual recognition, visual processing, which is being implemented for which is being used by the BCI devices in consumer grade use to interact with the virtual reality world for the 3D world. So I have listed a couple of consumer grade and non-consumer grade EEG headset available on the market. This is NextMind. It uses the occipital lobe. It can be set up with a headband, hat, or AR/VR headset. It utilizes the visual processing from your brain and interact with the 3D world for gaming reality. This is another cheap EEG headset available on market, Emotive Epoch EEG headset. These are the highlighted area of sensor placement that the device is using. It records different cognitive states. It also gives raw EEG signal that can be used to extract different features to learn about different condition from your brain. This is not a BLR EEG headset, is not a consumer grade, but it is being used by computer science research for different measurement study where human psychology is important. So this device gives different cognitive states like your engagement level, your distraction level, something like that, and to monitor like the performance during any psychological test. To go further, we will show how these EEG devices interact with the computing system. First, you can see the EEG headset records the neural signal from the electrode placed on the scalp, utilizing those different electrode placed on the scalp using the 1020 electrode placement system by EEG. Then the signal enhancement and filtering unit process the raw signal and extract different type of features, different type of frequency band like delta, theta, alpha, beta, gamma. All these band represent some information from your brainwave, and then use band pass filtering to differentiate different frequency ranges. After that, different feature extraction method like frequency domain analysis, time domain analysis, component analysis, all these methods are applied to extract different features from your neural pattern. All these features are then aggregated and Then we train the classifier. I mean, we build our machine learning model. Finally, we can classify your mental status. Mental state recognition is possible. Different type of brain, untold PIN, password, everything can be extracted utilizing these tests. Finally, utilizing the previous steps data, the brain computer, I mean the EEG headset can communicate with the computing system. This is called the how brain computer interface works. Now we will see a couple of literature which perform different attacks on the brain computer interfaces. Passive attacks are the most common attack scenario where the attacker records the brainwave, the neural pattern, while the victim is actually doing something, engaged in something else. Maybe playing the victim is playing a game, and the attacker is recording or capturing the brainwave from passively from the system. Then attacker use the recorded data, extract classifiers to build the training model, and then test with the test data set to extract different information. In this work, the authors considered 4 different keyboard or keypads to extract typed PIN or password. So in the first scenario, they used a virtual keyboard. In the second scenario, they used a virtual ATM PIN entry environment. In the third one, they used a physical numeric keypad with digits only. The last scenario, they used a physical keyboard like our laptop or computer keyboard. And all these 4 attack scenarios showed success rate, impressive success rate, which are better than the random guess. Here is the more detailed summary how this attack worked. In the virtual keyboard pin entry attack, the attacker, the victim was typing 4-digit PIN code on the virtual keyboard while the attacker was recording the brainwave passively. And attacker utilized visual and mental processing of each digit and motor function while the user was typing the digits on the virtual keypad. The attack accuracy is 43%, which is better than the random guess of 10%. In the second scenario, similar attack scenario, but with the virtual ATM pin only with the digits. And the attack scenario's success rate is 39%. In the third scenario, physical keyboard was used. The victim was typing 6-digit, 6-character-based password with the attack accuracy is up to 35%, which is better than, way better than the random guessing of 3.8%. Lastly, a physical numeric keypad was used to type a 4-digit numeric PIN code. Attack success rate is 46%. All of these attack has success rate higher than random guessing. Now, in active attack scenario is not most common scenario. In such scenario, the victim willingly participate in the calibration phase in order to perform better in the attack scenario. Most common case of active attacks are attacker use publicly available relevant data set to train the model and later develop stimuli for the attack scenario and extract information utilizing the previously trained model, utilizing publicly available EEG data set of relevant study. Here I have a couple of active attack literature. In this attack, the attacker tried to extract bank credit card information, 4-digit PIN code, and location of the victim's location, of the home location mainly, and during the attack scenario, the attacker showed different stimulus like credit card, showed different images of credit card, showed digits, showed highlighted map. In the second attack, the attacker tried to identify known versus unknown face. And so the attacker showed a face of that time's president, US President Barack Obama, and different unknown and blurred images to identify if the victim can identify the known faces. In the third scenario, the attacker trained the classifier utilizing publicly available medical data set of age group and alcoholic and non-alcoholic group, and later showed different, in the attack scenario, showed different images as a form of captcha or as a form of puzzle to see how the victim is reacting to that. Based on that, they could classify different information. For example, you can see identifying known versus unknown face came up to 67% accuracy. Classifying banking information, credit card information showed 30% accuracy. Age group showed 94%. Alcoholic, non-alcoholic group showed 96% accuracy. Here is a summary result of all this attack. We can see in the age group detection and alcoholic group detection, these two attacks showed higher accuracy, 94 and 96%. It happened maybe due to the use of, the attacker used medical grade EEG devices data, so that it gave higher accuracy and high resolution data, so the model trained properly. You can see the random 4-digit PIN code showed 20% success rate in the first session of the attack, and in the third session it increased to 60%. So this is like the overall attack study that have showed impressive rate of success in different attack scenario in active and passive situation. There are a couple of work that I have listed for understanding like what kind of feature extraction algorithm can be used to extract what kind of data. These are not attack study, but these are like medical grade study or machine learning standard study to classify different type of information. For example, we can see emotional state, sadness, frustration, fear, satisfaction, pleasure, happiness, etc. can be extracted with accuracy of 85% utilizing the feature from bandpass filtering. Similarly, left-right handedness of a person can be identified utilizing statistical features with accuracy up to 89 or 90%. So this kind of information can be, the feature extraction techniques and machine learning classification can be used by the attacker as a ground truth to extract this type of information listed here to achieve the higher accuracy. So this kind of information can be played as a ground truth for the attackers. So there are a couple of sectors that are using brain-computer interface, including medical grade and gaming industry. So in neuromedical use, if the system get compromised, the attacker can get access to patients' private information such as sleep disorder, mental condition, and different diseases like Parkinson's disease or heart disease. Anything can be exposed to the attacker, and the attacker later use this information to to send advertisement or use it for a different malicious purpose. Similarly, speech recognition system is utilizing BCI technology. If the system get compromised, stolen EEG signal can be used by the attacker for critical system verification. Silent speech detection is a very important sector for BCI application. People who are in logged-in state are being able to communicate with the computing system utilizing brain-computer interfaces. So a compromised system can extract untold PIN, password, typed password, etc., without even consent of the user. Neural authentication provides neural signature from your brain. So compromised system can definitely track the user utilizing the neural signature and sends different targeted advertisement to you. Gaming industry, gaming and the entertainment industry is the most common scenario for consumer grade use of BCI devices. So this from the gaming industry, it is possible to learn untyped PIN password or untold PIN password from the different amplitude peak from your brain, utilizing different stimuli. So compromised system definitely can leak all this information to the malicious party. There are a couple of efforts, not too much, just couple of efforts there are on the brain-computer interface privacy. First one is brain-computer interface anonymizer, which is called BCI anonymizer. Second one is privacy-preserving cryptographic protocol. The first one, BCI anonymizer, claims that they are filtering the features from your neural pattern to remove privacy-sensitive information. Where the privacy-preserving cryptographic protocol is claiming that they are using different method. They are using implementing linear regression over EEG signal so that the signal don't reveal to the outside party. But none of this work has showed their accuracy, like how much information they can hide, how much information they can actually filter, how much, what type of feature they can remove. So we need more, more implementation and more measurements on this area, like how much data you can protect from my brain. So here is the evolution of different possible attack scenario in different sector. You can see in neuromedical sector, most possible scenario is the data will be hacked by a server attack. The attacker could be insider or outsider. In silent speech auditory system, auditory BCI interface, most common, other scenarios are possible, but most common scenarios are malicious third-party application is installed on the victim's device, acting like a benign application, or the victim can attack the server, learn untold PIN password from active or passive attacks. In speech recognition, similar to the previous one, a malicious third-party app is the one who can directly enter to your smartphone or your computing system, or from the JavaScript-based application, web page, they can enter to your computing system. So in neural authentication, similar things will happen. In gaming and entertainment sector, mainly passive attacks are most common attack scenario, utilizing a malicious application installed on your computing system, smartphone, smartwatch, or any computing system where you are playing the game. So in this paper, we tried to systemize some information. We gave overview of consumer-grade EEG devices, and we showed that how powerful these devices are getting and how important information it can extract from your brainwave. Also, we discussed about what type of private information can be extracted from your brainwave, which are not these applications designated purpose. We can learn about patients' mental or physical condition from consumer grade BCI devices. We also showed that untold PIN, password, everything can be extracted utilizing your wrist motion. We don't need any wristwatch or anything. We can extract your typed PIN password from your brainwave. So we also show some passive active attacks to get your location area, your banking information, what type of credit card do you use. And we found that existing work showed reasonable accuracy to extract this information for malicious purpose. And Implementation of BCI technology in different sectors that we discussed in the previous couple of slides, that in different sector we are using BCI technology, and this needs proper attention so that we don't lose our private life in front of the malicious actor. Existing privacy and enhancement technology don't seem to be practical at this moment. We need more effort on this area so that, manufacturers of these EEG devices can utilize it. So in the future, we need more research effort to show different practical attack scenario utilizing brain-computer interface in consumer-grade uses, not for medical-grade uses. We need to provide proper research direction to the security researchers so that they can consider the privacy risks of associated privacy risks of EEG devices which are in consumer grade use. We need to improve our privacy preserving tools so that our brainwave data can be secured. We need proper cryptographic mechanism and maybe privacy, maybe product licensing, signal masking so that our brainwave signal don't get exposed to the malicious party. So yeah, that's some of the key reference that I used in this paper. So yeah, that's all.
Do you have any questions? Please step up and ask.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. This is systematization of knowledge paper.
Yeah.
And I have a typical, advisor to PhD student question. So even for systematization of knowledge paper, there could be related work. For example, in your case, there would be, previous survey papers or other systematization of knowledge papers. I would like to know if you had such related work. So did anyone publish anything like that? And if yes, then what kind of new knowledge you derived from your work and what are, so to say, new observations you bring?
Yeah, so this is just a systemization of knowledge paper, and I found this topic very much interesting, so I took this as my research topic in my PhD. So in my PhD, I have been working on this area, mainly the privacy aspect of brain-computer interface, mostly which are in consumer-grade uses. I'm using NeuroSky EEG headset just with one sensor in the forehead. Another device I used, emotive headset that I showed in this presentation with 16 sensors. Both of the devices are very low cost, like $100 to $400. So these devices are consumer grade use, and I utilize this device for different attack scenario, real attack scenario, like when people forget to remove the headset from brain or doing some stuff on the.
Go back to your slide. So she's asking the novelty. So
Yeah.
what is the new insight you get?
Yeah, like for example, I have used this device for my study and this device for measurement study, and I found some of the untold information from human brain.
But
like,
that's probably not the part of this paper, right? This is
no, it's not the part of the paper.
My question is, are there any other surveys or systematization of knowledge papers published before your work?
In this topic?
Yes.
There are systemization in security area, like how security system can be break to get information, but not in these BCI devices. Like,
okay, so
this
that's
is the first one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's just a very simple question. So you did like systemization of knowledge, and you basically looked for a lot of papers. So my question is, how did you basically select those papers? Did you have certain research questions that you wanted to answer, or certain venues that you looked into, or certain search queries?
Mostly at the beginning I had some reference paper I showed those active and passive attacks. These are the only attack study that have been published so far. So I focus on this study. There is no other attack study in this area that have been published. So I considered almost everything. And for the literature that I showed for the from the Brain9 application, I focused on different different information. Like I want to extract emotional status. I want to extract like if you have any disease. So I focus on that area, and then I search for the literature on that particular area to show like what kind of attack can be launched.
Thank you.
I have also a question. From the work that you've studied, have you noticed something with respect to, okay, I will not say aging, but the time? As time progresses, do changes happen within humans' brains? Or can we see different models from child to adult? I know that there are no studies yet because you need years to pass, but are there any changes within like a year, within the same person? Any study that does that? It's kind of an interesting thing, right? If we have a model of our own brains today, will it be still valid in 10 years or in 1 year or in 1 month?
Yeah, like this, I am mainly focused on different attacks, which will like take more, I mean, less than a second. So the training model could be built based on the previous like data with for a long time recording, but the attack will be launched for less than a second, like maybe within a milliseconds, the attack. So yeah.
I'm aware of some work that is similar to this topic, but rather than just from a sensing perspective, it's actually looking at having an input into the brain using some of these devices. Are there works on security concerns with this sort of reversing of this process that you've come across?
Like, are you asking like, is there any effort from the security people to reverse this process? I showed two security effort. I mean, privacy preserving effort. Let me go to the slide here. First one is brain-computer interface anonymizer. It claims that it filters features from the brainwave to protect the private sensitive data. And second one is claiming that they hide the signal. But they don't provide any, in the paper, they don't provide any measurement, like how much data they can hide or anything. So this is the area that needs to be explored before these EEG devices come to the user, like smartwatch, smartphone. So this is the area to explore. That's the motivation of the survey.
Wow, a lot of questions. and I was.
Yeah, Andras here from Andras here from the European Commission. Your talk was about consumer-grade devices.
Yeah.
Do you have any insights how these devices compare to medical-grade devices in terms of privacy-related issues? So it's are medical-grade devices more sensitive to different attacks?
Medical-grade devices are not very practical for such attack scenario, but I showed one attack scenario like active attacks. Let me go to the slide. Active attacks. In such attacks, the attacker actually trained the model with the relevant data. For example, in this attack, in this slide, last two attacks to detect the age group and to detect the alcoholism group, the attacker trained the model with the medical grade device data. So the accuracy come up to 94%, but I believe this is possible without medical grade data as well. So that's the concern I raised. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because medical grade is also coming down in price, and it's becoming more user-friendly. So
yeah,
I'll send you an email later about this. Yeah. Thank you.
Nice presentation. I think gamers with AR, VR headsets, they should be really worried. One quick question. When you said the location of a user can be identified, is it like at a city, country level, or even at the street level too?
For example, I just showed a study this one. In this attack study,
Using security 2012 paper, right?
yeah.
It's old paper. Old paper.
Yeah, but there are very few paper to cite in this area, so that's why I had to consider this one as well. Because if I run similar study, it will give more accuracy with current devices. So in this device, like in this attack study, they showed different highlighted map. Like then use that as a stimuli to later classify like then
With their responses.
responses they gave before.
And it can point to the street level too? Or?
It should be possible with the current devices. Definitely, I believe it is possible. Yeah.
So your brain just react to something you know. So can you go back to the contribution, the last slide? that has-
Last?
Yeah.
Future
Yeah. No. Right before.
contribution.
I want to see lessons learned or something like that.
Okay. Summary here.
Yeah. So, I think most of these were kind of known by, I think, using Security 2012 paper. And what is kind of new insight you have?
And the new insight is like I just listed what are already done and
Do you have any new insight?
new insight means like since EEG headsets, consumer grade EEG headsets are becoming powerful. I showed one device like NextMind that can interact with the 3D world, okay, utilizing the parietal lobe of human brain. So this device, and also Neuralink is working hard to make it as an implant. So this kind of powerful devices can be used to launch more powerful attack. And the higher accuracy in the previous papers came out from the medical grade devices. So this is possible utilizing consumer grade devices as well.
Do you know if AR or VR devices also integrate some of the BCI functionalities?
Yeah.
Do you know if there are more attack scenarios when the AR, VR is combined with
Yeah, the device I was talking about here, it can be combined with AR/VR set.
Right. So I think one of the scariest scenario I was thinking was actually using the AR, VR and do the advertisement. And actually, if you can evaluate the feedback on the advertisement by looking at the brain signal, then that would be the first application of the advertisement with feedback. Because most of the advertisement has actually no feedback.
Yeah,
But,
like from the
if you combine this with the actually advertisement,
most
it would
common
be right.
scenario is like to provide targeted advertisement
Yeah.
from these devices.
This would be huge market because it's going to change the whole advertisement business because you will have the actual feedback. Another direction, I've been also thinking about this, but I mean, because my hands are heavy, but I couldn't do it. But so another direction is did you look at actually injection to brain? So is there any study talking about writing something on the brain by injecting signals? I mean, maybe nobody can test IRB, but
we were giving some future attack scenario. We were demonstrating some of them, like if the attacker learn about that you have some disease, like you have higher stress level, and it can show some of the pop-up that will give you some kind of like brain attack. So this kind of injection I was thinking about.
yeah. All right, so let's thanks to speaker again. And the last presentation will be done by Jaffa, who slept over, so his advisor was actually quite worried about him, but he showed finally. And he's going to talk about respiration-based pairing protocol for wireless wearable devices. So now we will do authentication based on our respiration. Jaffa, ready?
Yep.
All right, let's welcome speaker.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk. My name is Jafar, and I'm from Cleveland State University. Today, I'm going to present our work on pairing wearable devices using respiration signals. So it's a joint work with my advisor, Dr. Zhu, and Dr. Betati. Today, we are using lots of wearable devices that are attached to the different parts of a body. So they are like a smartwatch, a smart shirt, a smart shoes, and even implantable medical devices. They are collecting our health data and need to be connected together or to a base station like a smartphone. So pairing is needed to generate a common key to secure the communication of these devices. All of us use traditional pairing approach like Bluetooth pairing, but Bluetooth pairing needs a PIN code or password in some cases, and in other cases, some button need to be held for a couple of seconds. So there are many challenges in terms of security and usability of this approach. Essentially, traditional pairing approach need users involvement. For example, user need to follow some steps, type passwords, or press and hold some keys for a certain amount of time. It's going to be impractical when user want to pair tens of devices in near future. More seriously, many wearable devices do not have a user interface like a keyboard or a display. Take a smart ring as an example. How do you want to type a password on this smart ring? Actually, these problems motivated researchers to eliminate human involvement in pairing by producing context-based pairing protocol. In context-based pairing, the input is the observation of common dynamics, and the output is a shared symmetric key that is generated through a cryptographic protocol. For example, consider two wearable devices that detect users' heartbeat. As shown in this figure, both wearable devices attached to the same body can observe the user's heartbeats as a biometric activity, and they can use this observation for context-based pairing. Actually, for generating a shared key through a cryptographic protocol. There are many context-based pairing protocols that use biometric signals like ECG, EMG, and even users' gates for generating a symmetric key. But the problem is that these context-based pairing have some limitations. For example, they are limited to the same type of sensors across all the devices. Also, they need external synchronization, such as synchronization via network time. So in the rest of this presentation, we want to provide answer to this motivating question that how can we pair smart wearables equipped with different sensing mechanism by observing users' biometric activity. I want to say that healthcare wearables are attached to the different parts of body, are equipped with different sensing mechanism, but they need to be connected to each other. So how we want to connect, pair them, connect them using context-based pairing. So to answer that question, we want to provide a respiration-based pairing approach that use users' breathing patterns to generate a common key. So using users' breathing patterns enable users to pair their variables without performing any certain activities like walking or shaking. On the other hand, by using respiration-based pairing protocol, we can pair our variables that are equipped with a different type of sensors. For example, a smart shirt that is equipped with a pulmonary ventilation sensor can be paired to a smart watch or a smartphone that's equipped with accelerometer sensor. So in the rest of these slides, we will see how it's possible. I want to say that, as you know, in the respiration cycle, actually a respiration cycle consists of inhalation and exhalation. So in the human breathing cycle, the lungs inflate and deflate because of the movement of the diaphragm. So diaphragm movement change the anteroposterior diameter of rib cage and abdomen, as you can see in this figure. So therefore, we can use this movement of the diaphragm as a respiration activity or as a biometric activity. So variables that are attached to the same body can observe this movement of a rib cage as a biometric activity and also as a source of entropy. They can use this data for generating a shared key between them. But these devices, these wearable devices equipped with different type of sensors that can detect the respiration activity by detecting the movement of a rib cage. So I want to say that, for example, two completely different sensing mechanisms like respiratory inductance velocissimography or rep sensor and accelerometer sensor can detect this movement, rib cage movement, and use that for generating a shared key. I talk about rep sensor. I want to say that rep sensor is a widely used sensor to measure pulmonary ventilation, and it consists of two belts of sinusoid wire coils. So as I said, the movement, the change in the anteroposterior diameter of a rib cage can change the coil's self-inductance and actually oscillation frequency. This change can be converted to a digital signal whose amplitude is proportional to the respiratory volume. So, and Today's there are lots of wearables that have this kind of sensor, for example, smart clothes like a smart shirt, smart bras, and so on. On the other hand, inertial measurement units or IMUs like accelerometers that are sensitive to movement can detect the ribcage movement. So wearables actually equipped with IMU sensors can detect which are placed on the chest, user chest or abdomen can detect the movement of rib cage or abdomen. So and you know that most wearables are equipped with IMU, so they can be paired using respiration signals. But there are some challenge, a number of challenges when we want to use different type of sensors for pairing. First, since we are using different type of sensor, there are distinct signal characteristics like measuring unit, amplitude range, resolution, sampling rate, and so on, as you can see in this table. So we are working with completely different actually sensors. On the other hand, there is difference in terms of noise measurement. For example, accelerometer can detect motions that are not related to respiratory activity, so we need to mitigate also this challenge. In addition, signals may be delayed in the data collection phase because of the lack of time synchronization between those devices. So I'd like to propose our solution, which is called B2P protocol. B2P stands for Bridge to Pair, and its goal is to enable wearables to generate a common key by leveraging respiration patterns of the user, and by proving that devices are attached to the same body. So using a B2P protocol, wearables equipped with different type of sensor can be used. In this project, we use a smart shirt called Hexoskin, which is equipped with a rep sensor, and we use smartphone that are placed on the chest and detect the respiration activity through accelerometer. For the threat model, we consider two types of attackers. So we suppose that an attacker who has complete knowledge of B2P protocol can use a third party's respiration signal to pair her device with the user device. Also, we suppose that an attacker can use a remote observation method to remotely detect the user's respiration and use that data for pairing. As I mentioned, there are some challenges that need to be addressed when we are using different sensing mechanisms. So to address the synchronization challenge, although we can use the peaks and valleys of this respiration signal for pairing, but it's not reliable due to noise and because it can cause some security issues. So our solution is to use common change points of signals. So common change point of statistical features of signals. So a common change point is a point at which a signal statistical feature change abruptly. Statistical features like mean, standard deviation, or root mean skewer can be changed abruptly. So in B2P, we use the biggest change point within each peak value. As you can see, for example, these yellow points, we can use these points for synchronization. To address these different signal characteristics, both signals must be passed through a pre-processing step, which first perform a downsampling to actually reach the same sampling rates in both signals, then normalize both signals to reach the same amplitude, and finally filter high frequency and low frequency elements of the signal to remove noise and motion artifact, as you can see in this figure. So to exactly generate the same keys on both devices, we need to quantize samples using an optimal quantization method. To an optimal quantization method that can mitigate the difference between signals. So because doing pre-processing, there are still some small difference between signals. So in B2P, we use a Lloyd-Max quantization and calculated an optimal, a number of levels, which is a 4-level quantizer. And for pairing, we still need 100% match between bit strings of both devices. So at the final stage, we use BCH error correction to correct the remaining mismatch between signals and generate a common key. So here is our B2P architecture. As you can see, after collecting data, it will be passed through a pre-processing step, including downsampling, normalization, and filtering. Then the change point will be detected in the synchronization module, and samples will be quantized. And in final step, in error correction and confirmation step, the remaining mismatch will be addressed, and both devices will be agree on the key if the bit string are 100% match. Let's move on to the evaluation step. To evaluate B2B performance using various metrics like key generation rate, entropy, bit agreement, false negative rate, and false positive rate, we have performed a very comprehensive evaluation by considering different parameters. So we did experiments by changing parameters of different steps like pre-processing parameters, synchronization, quantization, and error correction step. So in our experiment setup, we use a smart share, as I mentioned, Hexoskin, and two smartphones, HTC and Sony. So after getting approval from IRB, 30 participants attended this experiment. So we asked them to wear the smart shirt and put a smartphone on their chest. So also we recorded the video of the participant's forehead, actually face, during the experiment to evaluate a remote attack. I will explain later this remote attack. So I want to present a summary of evaluation. So we found that for the devices attached to the same body, B2P can generate a secure 256-bit key every 2.85 seconds, which is around one breathing cycle. In addition, B2P has shown robustness against different type of attacks. So at the best case, an attacker can achieve a similarity or bit agreements of 61.5%. So, but attacker needs 100% match to generate the common key. So attacker cannot generate a common key. To prevent attackers, a technique we use is that we use sparse segments instead of continuous segments. So for each change point, we consider 10 segments as colored here, 10 segments, and then selected 5 out of them. In this way, knowing one sample, an attacker cannot predict the next few samples. So using this countermeasure, an attacker that used third-party signals cannot achieve more than 60% match between her device and the legitimate user. To perform, to evaluate actually remote attack, we use a video-based respiration rate extraction method that extract the respiration rate from the forehead of users. So this technique actually calculate the average fluctuation of a huge channel, as you can see in this figure, huge channel of the forehead of the user. However, the extracted signal loses some information of the actual respiration signal. So using this signal, the attacker cannot achieve more than 61.56% similarity or bit agreement. It's not enough to generate a common key. In conclusion, B2P actually exploit the user's breathing pattern to generate a common key, while it does not need external synchronization and certain activities like walking or shaking. Also, B2P shows robustness against different type of attacks, and it can generate a secure 256-bit key every 2.85 seconds. Thank you.
When you have a question, please step up and ask a question.
Hi, thanks for the talk. you wrote that, or you mentioned in the talk that you have evaluated the entropy of the key material. And I mean, I think on slide 19, it's evident that you use like inherently periodic signals as the input for the quantization. So I suspect there will be a periodicity on the key material as well. So have you evaluated entropy or at least randomness of the key material using, for instance, the NIST entropy source?
Yeah, very good question. Actually, as I mentioned, we use smart segment selections or sparse segment selection also work on the entropy. So, we also check the randomness with NIST test, and it shows that it's good. It has a good random.
So you criticized the related work that it requires different, similar sensors and maybe not so user-friendly because the user may need to make some gestures, right? So my question is, in this scenario, it seems that the user needs to attach the smartphone to the chest. Do you think this is like more user-friendly than making a hand wave?
It's a good question. Yes. You know, there are lots of sensors and lots of wearable devices right now, but in the future, we will have more than now. So we are working for the future. For the future, maybe you are actually wearing a smart shirt, a smart watch. A smart watch also can detect your respiration. Many other sensors can detect respiration. So for now, we put a sensor on the chest, but it can be in different way.
Yeah, so when you started your talk, I was like thinking, wow, they can detect, it seems they can detect the movement, chest movement, by just observing accelerometer measurements on the wristband, on the smartwatch. So I was like, I'm curious to know how it works. And then I was kind of, you know, like, yeah, they attach it to their chest, you know. So I think it doesn't really, at least you didn't show it, that it would really work with different type of wearable devices as of today, isn't it?
And I want to say that in comparison with the other method that, for example, use shaking, this accuracy of this method is higher. So if, for example, instead of shaking, you can put both devices on your chest, and one breeze can pair those devices with a high accuracy.
But look, I want to pair my socks, my wristband, my smartwatch, and the smartphone, right? You say, okay, you can do it in one go, but I need to take them off, put it on my chest, then pair them, and then put them back. Do you think it's like a more reasonable scenario?
You are right, but actually this method at least can show that it's possible to use different type of sensors, maybe by other biometrics. Right now we use the respiration, but it's also possible to use, for example, your heartbeat. If you use your heartbeat, all devices can detect that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other question? Yes. Final question, probably.
You mentioned just now the use of heart rate or other physical characteristics as a part of a key that's used for pairing. Is there some concern that some of these might actually be private data that you wish to not publish to all of these devices? Right? If I have a specific heart condition, do I want, and that is measurable by some of these devices, do I want to advertise that to all these devices and maybe other devices that are neighboring?
It's just for devices attached to the same body. So all devices are for you, so are yours. So it will not advertise on a public channel or something like that. It's a communication, secure communication between two devices. Thank you.
We will have the next session start at 11.
The other session will be
maybe some manufacturing plant, some smart city, or smart grid environment, or just a swarm of drones that communicate with each other. And there we have some very specific characteristics and demands towards our communication channel. Like we have often resource constrained devices that want to communicate, but they only sense like a few bytes of data and want to transmit it as fast as possible. So messages are really short. On the other hand, latency demands are also really short. Like for some wireless motion control, we have to get the data from point A to B in less than a millisecond. And here, data authenticity is really important because if data is manipulated, you can risk human lives even or just damage equipment. So to prevent such attacks, we look at message authentication code. We just take a message with some MAC scheme and then compute an authentication tag, append it to the message, and the message is sent with the tag together, and the receiver can verify the tag and see that the message had not been manipulated with during transmission. However, in this context of industrial communication, we have two problems. In this first talk, we will look at latency overhead of computing these tags. Here on an ARM Cortex M3, we already take a millisecond to compute the tag, where we only have a budget of 1 millisecond for the whole transmission. And then the second talk will also given by me, will look at this bandwidth overhead. So let's get back to latency and see how a typical communication pattern look like. We usually have some sensor device that's just waiting for something to happen. So maybe sensing some new data, and then it has to transmit this data to the receiver. So only after this idling time, we have this authentication taking place and then transmission, and we just repeat this loop over and over again. So the goal is to reduce this latency to this critical phase, because before that, the data is not available, so it's not running out. And one idea for this is to use this idle time to do pre-processing and thus reducing the computations during the latency critical phase. So this is easy for encryption because we can just pre-compute some key stream and then XOR it with the data once available. However, for authentication, it's not that simple because typical MAC schemes require the data to be available to authenticate it, and just pre-computing a tag for each possible message is also not possible because you would need a lot of memory to store them. So the question is, how can we still benefit from pre-processing for integrity protection in this specific case of industrial communication? And therefore, let's look at efficient MAC schemes or construction to do efficient and secure MAC schemes that's widely used at the moment. So these are Carter-Wigman MAC constructions. And the idea is to not take the message and compute it authentication tag directly, but just use a universal hash function, which has some weaker collision resistance guarantees to compute the address. And these collision guarantees only ensure security of the scheme as long as none of these tags, this address is known. So therefore we use nonce with a pseudo-random function to compute what we call a blinding tag, and then we can combine these and thus compute our authentication tag that we can transmit over our channel without leaking any information about the address from the universal hash function. So this is commonly used for MAC schemes like UMAC or Poly 1305. And we look at how can we take this construction and really optimize it for this industrial communication where we have short messages. The idea is to do this these computations that are independent of the message itself during pre-processing phase, and then also look at an optimized universal hash function for these short messages. Specifically, we propose BPMAC, bitwise pre-computable message authentication codes. And here we take our message and first split it into individual bits. So here we only have 3 bits for the example. Then we pad this to maximum supported message size, which was appending a 1 and then 0 bits. And now for each bit, we compute an authentication tag or bit tag, like we call it, by just taking the pseudo-random function with the index of the bit, so 0 here for the 0th bit, and then the value of the bit. And we repeat this for all bits in our padded message. The nice thing about this is that here we only have 2 possible states. So we can actually pre-compute these bit tags for each bit because a bit can only be 0 or 1. So So we can do these pre-computations, and then when the actual data is available, this is only a lookup in the memory for these tags. Then, as I said, the nonce we can also, or the blinding tag from the nonce we can also pre-compute before the data is available. And during the latency critical phase, we only have to combine all these tags with a simple XOR operation to get our authentication tag. So if we now look at the performance evaluation, we implement our scheme on 2 embedded devices. So the one with a 16-bit architecture and a remote with a 32-bit architecture. And here we compare against UMAC, which has the best performance results for these short messages on our devices from the state of the art. If we look at the performance, we see an incremental increase with our latency that we need for computing our tags with the message side. This is expected because we have to do more and more XOR operations during the latency critical phase that you see in orange here. And then the other bars are just the pre-processing phase that is constant to compute our blinding tags. We compare this to UMAC, we see that UMAC, even though it's the fastest scheme currently, it's not sufficient for these 1 millisecond delays on this concrete device, as we already have 3 milliseconds just to compute a single tag, also excluding the verification of that tag. Then if we look at the other device, so our faster remote with 32-bit architecture, we see that we still see the same pattern, so increased latency with increased message size. And then we also observe that the relative benefits are a bit smaller, as UMAC is really optimized to this architecture. But still, for short messages, as I said, we see in industrial communication, we still have benefits here up to, I think, 22 bytes of payload length, where we are faster. And this is even true across different architectures. So if we now look at what caused this comes, so in terms of security, our Carter-Wegmann construction allows us to reduce the security to that of AES. So there are no really security degradations. However, in terms of storage, we looked at peak memory consumption. So we have to compute all these bit tags in advance and store them on our device. So we, again, same pattern with longer supported messages. Our memory consumption increase if we, but if we look at UMAC as a comparison, it also has to do some trade-off in terms of memory. So again, we see for short messages, BPMAC is beneficial here. And we can also look at computing shorter tags, and here the benefits are even bigger. So this leads me to my conclusion. So we looked at fast integrity protection in industrial communication, where the latency of processing the tags is often hindering real deployments. And we propose BPMAC, which is really optimized for these short messages with a Carter-Wegmann construction that guarantees strong security and then reducing all computations to only XOR operations during the latency critical phase. So we should see promising performance on different embedded architectures with up to 10-fold increase in latency over state of the art. So with that, we can conclude that PMAC is really an attractive alternative MAC scheme in these domains. Thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions.
Okay, any question?
Thank you for the presentation. I think this is kind of very interesting problem, and it is not only the problem for industrial systems. Could you elaborate on applicability of these solutions, for example, to CAN networks, car area?
Yeah. So I think CAN area is a really nice application area because there the payload length is restricted, I think, to 8 bytes per message. So here we would just be, let me just go back here. So here would be in domain independent of the concrete CPU that you use, where we are faster than state of the art, and with ongoing technology like having more automatic driving, these latency concerns are becoming more and more relevant in the car networks. So I think it's a good area to apply.
Thank you.
maybe I can ask you a question. So I was wondering if you ever tried to use a formal verification method to provide kind of systematic way to find possible design flaws or implementation vulnerabilities in your protocol. And I would like to know, how do you just verify the proper security property of your protocol and you ensure the or guarantee the correctness of your approach?
So we didn't yet do any formal verification as of now, but it's kind of given by the construction. So if you look at this Carter-Wegmann construction, it's really analyzed in some papers that if you fulfill these properties of a universal hash function and a pseudo-random function here, then you have the security that's reducible to these functions. And here we use common building blocks that are known. So this XORing of individual bits is just a slight change from known universal hash functions. So we should do formal verification in the future, but the conclusion comes kind of from the construction.
Okay, thank you. And maybe I can, okay. Please identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Frost Mitchell from the University of Utah. I'm wondering about the pre-processing time, which is shown to be a constant. I suppose for this scenario, we are assuming that our pre-processing time is shorter than this gap that we are waiting for a single measurement. In cases where maybe that assumption isn't always true, or maybe we have a varying measurement or something like that, how could you adapt this solution?
Okay, so what we see here is that for some, on this processor for all of them, and here we have also for short messages where even including this per message pre-processing, we have less processing to do than UMAC in total. So there are still some benefits. Of course, if you don't have so much time to do pre-processing, you are eating into your latency critical phase. Another thing to note in that regard is what we measured here is just this pre-processing. And what we do during setup of the device is computing all these bit tags. So that's also costing some time. You could offload it to some more, some faster processor, and then just instead of just storing the key on your device, on your embedded device, you can just copy these already pre-computed tags. But either way, you have to do some consideration of that time as well.
Okay, let's thank the speaker again. Our second speaker is again Eric. We'll be presenting Take a Bite of the Reality Sandwich, revisiting the security of progressive message authentication codes. Then please go on.
Yes, so hello again. We are still in the same domain of industrial communication, so I actually reused my first slide here. And what we are now concerned about is this bandwidth increase when you append text to your message a few bytes long, and then you have to append this 16-byte tag for 128-bit security to each message. And if you have some bandwidth constraints, that's really not working as well. So what we look at in this talk is how can we reduce this overhead while still providing some security guarantees. And there's some early work on this, where the idea is to just have some messages transmit and only have every nth message authenticate all the data from the previous messages. So what we would see here, so we have like one message with less actual data and then just appending the authentication tag, authenticating the last 3 messages in this example. Then you can pre-process. However, especially in this industrial domain where we have latency constraints, and also using wireless communication, we have, for one, that if a packet is lost between in one of these rows of messages, even though 2 of them are received, you can't verify any of this data. Additionally, here we would have 2 messages received already, but we can't process it because there's no authentication received yet, only comes with the 3rd message. So therefore, we saw in some recent publications the idea of progressive MAC schemes or ProMAC schemes, where the idea is to just append a short tag to each message and then have this short tag increase the authentication of the current and the last messages. And then over time, we build up on security. So you already have some initial security guarantees once the message arrives, and that is just improved over time. Still, if we have some packet loss, we don't lose data completely, but we still have some guarantees for the data even around this lost packet. So what we, however, observe is that current PROMAC schemes all depend on this last n messages. So on a sliding window of data of messages they authenticate, we say the dependencies are 0 to n. And result of that is if we have two messages that are dropped within one such sliding window, we lose all authentication in between this. And this is kind of bad, depending on your deployment scenario. So if you wait for a certain threshold of security to be received before processing the data, this still allows some efficient jamming attack, because you can have your jammer and just kick out every nth message, and the channel can actually not be used. Another idea that what published alongside PROMAX is to optimistically process messages. So upon arrival, with some reduced security like we see here, you would already process the data, and then with the expectation that no malicious activity is taking place. And if malicious activity is taking place, you would, within just a few follow-up messages, detect it, like an IDS would work, where you detect the attack afterwards, but with some really slow delays, so prevent all the most damage that could happen. What you also observe is that these attacks become bigger the shorter the attack now. So the more bandwidth you want to conserve, the bigger this sliding window becomes, and then the bigger these effects are. So what we ask ourselves is, do we have to depend on the last n messages? Do we have to use this sliding window-based approach, or are there better dependencies that we can use to provide packet loss resilient PROMAX? And we came up with a solution. I will introduce it incrementally. So first, we use this mathematical concept of Gonopolars to give us some fixed guarantees in terms of resilience, and we generalize this, think about some practical considerations as well, and then put this onto hardware with our PMAC authentication scheme. So let's start with Gonopolars and what those are. So it's from set theory, and you just take some numbers like here, 0, 1, 4, and 6, and they fulfill the property of a Gonopolar if the distance between each of them is unique. So you have a distance between 0 and 1 of 1, between 4 and 6 of 2. We look at all these distances between any pair of numbers, they are unique. What we prove in our paper is that exactly if you have dependencies that fulfill this property, that at most the security provided by one tag is reduced if a message is dropped. So not like beforehand with the sliding windows, you could just have two tags, even if they are short, like 2 byte long, you could reduce all the security of some chosen message in the worst case. And what this yields is, if we look here at an example with 2 byte long tags, we have like, once the message is not received, we have some security already for the messages before that, and we can continue with that. And after 32 messages have been received, we end up with this final number of authenticity for each message. And we see that at least a message still receives 96-bit of security, because we only lost 2 times 2 bytes of security, so 2 times 16-bit security. So with that, we have some fixed security guarantees that depend on the tag size that we use. However, let's first look at this in a more general way. So what we see here is on the x-axis, we have like time as its progress in terms of follow-up packets that have been arriving. And on the y-axis, we have security that we provide for any given message. So with the sliding window-based approach, we would just progressively increase the security, as we do with Gonopolars, just a bit slower. If we look at different tag sizes, we see a similar image as that. The Gonopolars reduce this authentication speed a bit compared to the current state of the art. However, if we look at the other side of the coin, if messages are dropped, we have in the worst case, as I've shown by sandwiching to a message between 2 packet losses, we have security dropping to 0 with just 2 dropped packets. that with our Gonopolars-based approach, we have a lot more resilience to packet loss. And here as well, we can look at different tag lengths, and we see that for shorter tags, like we have more resilience, but we also have a really slow authentication speed. And for what we have here, longer tags, only 4 byte tags, we have faster authentication speed, but we have less resilience to packet loss. The question is, can we back up this interconnection between these tag sizes and the authentication speed? And this works by considering a generalization of these Gonopolars with precedent sets, where here the only difference is that any pair of numbers in this set that we choose is not unique, but it occurs 3 times. So we can control with this trade-off between resilience and authentication speed. If we look at 2 examples, so g = 1 is what we have seen previously, and g = 2 increased authentication speed at the cost of some less resilience to packet loss. And what we see here, if we play to it, we have our final state achieved faster, like in nearly half the time, with only 18 messages that we have to see as follow-up. However, we have these effects of the lost packets, and to reduce security much more clustered around the drop packets. So we reduce security more for less packets, and those are more clustered here. So this allows us to select a trade-off for our application between this resilience to packet loss and authentication speed. Can look at this the same way that we looked at previously. So now we can parameterize our resilience in terms of bits that are lost per drop packet in the worst case. And what we see here is for our 2 byte tags again, a slightly faster authentication speed, and we reduce the resilience to packet loss to these 32 bits per drop packet. We can do this the same way for different tag sizes. Like here, we increase the authentication speed for 1 byte tags by a lot and reduce resilience as well. So this allows us to customize this trade-off between authentication speed, the tag length, and resilience to packet loss. Furthermore, our proofs show that our solutions are optimal in terms of authentication speed for selected tag length and resilience. So you can choose for your application, are ProMax really a viable solution based on if you find a parameterization where all 3 parameters fit your value requirements from your application. However, we can still think what happens in practice, and if there are some things we can add to our scheme to make it even more resilient and secure. And one observation is that with the optimal solutions for authentication speed, we also give the attacker a way to learn which messages he would have to jam and swap to target a specific message and reduce security of that message to 0. So therefore, we thought about not using only the optimal solution, but look around at having the nth most optimal solutions and see how this changes things. And what we do as well is that we have each bit depending on different set of fast messages in order to have more variation. So instead of only having for n pre-computed and stored recited sets, only having n different dependencies, we now have n over the number of bits in our tag. Additionally, we think about not allowing an attacker to reduce security of any message to 0, because that is really critical. So just having some of our authentication tag only authenticating the current message and not using them for progressive authentication. So looking again at our plots, so now we compare against the state of the art currently in terms of authentication speed. We parameterize our solution to 30-bit security loss as before. We see we have this corridor depending on if you use the best or the worst from the, let's say, slightly worse dependencies in terms of speed. We move in this corridor in terms of authentication speed, so we don't see much variation. However, what we see here is that we flatten the curve a bit towards the bottom and thus slightly further increase the security or the resilience to packet loss even beyond what we can guarantee with our proofs. And then our parameterization still works because we have a similar resilience level for different text sizes. We see similar small corridors here. And then we can finally look at having some immediate security bits, which are not used for progressive authentication. So we lose for this 4-byte example where we use 2 bytes for immediate security and 2 bytes for progressive security. We lose a bit of authentication speed, but we have this guarantee that authenticity never drops between 16 bits of our security level. And the same can be done for different parameters for the resilience level. So here we can improve our resilience to packet loss and pay the price in having slower authentication if that is something your application allows. And finally, we also want to look at how we can transfer these results into practice, and therefore we propose SPMAC, which stands for Staggered Progressive Message Authentication Codes. And for now, we have these theoretical results that we want to put on some embedded hardware. So we need an efficient authentication scheme, take advantage of that. And what we do is for each message, so here's the current message and these are the past messages, we just compute a normal authentication tag. Here we just show 6 bits of that tag so that you can see what's going on. And then we select for each of our bits in our final authentication tag. We select different dependencies. So here having the key-sided set with 0, 1, and 3. And then based on that, we can determine which bit we use to compute this tag. And it is structured such that each bit is only involved in one of these final computations. And we do it again by just XORing the different bits to get to our final authentication tag. And we can take the same ideas from before, that we might have some idling time during transmission. So all the computations that do not depend on the current message, we can do in advance and preprocess them. And then we can do the same for our second bit. Here we would select different dependencies, and then based on that, use different bits that we XOR to get to our final authentication code. So this really allows us to, in an efficient manner, design a PROMAX scheme that takes advantage of our results of increasing resilience to packet loss. If we now look at the performance results, we use one of the boards that we used before with our Solazio remote. It's our normal authentication our MAC scheme. We use HMAC SHA-256 and then compare SPMAX on the one hand to truncated MACs. So those are just tags that we shorten to the length that is that we want the text to be. Of course, this reduces security of that specific message to only a few bits, and to other PROMAX schemes that were proposed over the last years in different conferences. And what we see here is the runtime. Again, we have in this colored bar, we have what is happening during the latency critical phase. And then if you have the time to pre-process some data, you can offload what happens in this strip bar. And what we see here, independent on the text size that we want to compute and our message sizes that we look at, we have basically no cost during the latency critical phase. So all this time is spent computing the HMAC SHA-256 tag. And then our XOR operations that can be pre-processed also only at a small overhead. We look at other PROMAX schemes that are out there. We see that some of them depend on the tag size and the message size that we want to authenticate. Only really this QMAC approach that has similar performance results, but again, at the cost of not having any resilience to packet loss. So we can conclude that we only have minor processing overhead and no real latency overhead as long as we can do some pre-processing. So that already leads me to my conclusion. We have seen that MAC schemes in this industrial communication context add a lot of bandwidth requirements to a message because they only have like a few bytes that you want to transmit, and you have to append all these 16 byte for the authentication tag. So we looked at progressive MAC schemes that have been proposed to reduce this overhead, while still providing some way to fast processing of the data as security is increasing over time. And what we have seen is that we can sandwich those the messages between drop packets, and then they lose all their authenticity, and this can lead to a crippled communication channel or even some false data injection, depending on your deployment scenario. Therefore, we looked at how we can improve upon this, and how we call our theoretical solution is randomized resilient dependency distributions, so R2D2 in short, which trades off some authentication speed in order to guarantee some resilience to packet loss in our PROMAC scheme, and we can actually parameterize our solution to to the current requirements by our scenario. So we can choose a trade-off between the tag length, the delay tolerance our application might have, and resilience to packet loss. And we can do this in an optimal fashion so that we know that there are no faster PROMAC schemes with the same resilience guarantees. And then we put this all into practice with our PMAC scheme and evaluated it on our embedded hardware, and see that we have little to no processing overhead or latency overhead for our PROMAC scheme. Thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions again.
Okay, thank you. Any question?
It's on. This is Felipe from Linköping University in Sweden. Thanks, Eric, for this nice second talk. And my question is, as I can understand, while using HMAC, so it relies on pre-shared symmetric keys. And I was wondering if you believe that in this context that you're working, would non-repudiation also be a desired property? And if so, how could you integrate this into the scheme?
That's a good question. I think it depends on, in some of these industrial communications, we don't actually even care about encryption, because we just want the data to be received and not manipulated with. So in that case, everything would be open already. So it really depends on the scenario. But there are also, of course, some scenarios where we want to keep everything secret, who communicated what, and also not allowing it to be shown to an external party. I guess with the symmetric approach, you would have some non-repudiation guarantees already, because you can never say if the sender not manipulated the data by himself, or the receiver didn't just claim that the sender sent some data.
Okay. Any other question? Okay, maybe I can ask you a question. Have you ever investigated impact of your approach against a state of the art in terms of energy consumption?
No, we did not. That's something that we might want to do in the future. So we just thought about that the energy consumption probably is kind of proportional to the processing overhead that we have with our scheme, but that's just an assumption, so we would have to verify this in practice. But we would think that we don't have that much more energy consumption. Maybe we have to store a bit more data, and that is eating into our energy consumption, but we would have to see.
Okay, so maybe I will ask another question. Can you please go to slide number 11?
This one?
Yes, probably either I missed it or you did not mention it, because this morning I had the time to go through your paper. Your approach, I'm not going to say it performs worse than truncated MAC. But to say, I found it doesn't work as good as truncated MAC with packet drops, because 4-byte packets with truncated MAC, you get 32 security bits, but your approach just drops to 16 after 5 packet loss. How do you?
Yeah, of course. So I removed that part of the plot for the presentation to not make it even more unreadable. So what we have shown here in the paper is that if we just truncate our tag to, like look at this 4-byte tag, if you truncate it, we would have like here, constant independent on the actual amount of drop packets. Of course, there's also the maximum of your security that you can achieve. The thing is, it's really dependent on the scenario. If these 32 bits of security are enough, you could use truncate max. You can also just, you want to be more resilient to, if you want to be more resilient to packet loss in that scenario, and still have this benefit of eventual full security, you can just change the parameterization, what we have here, like we only lose 16 bits of security per drop packet, and then we would have like more security. There would need to be more drop packets until we reach the same security that would be provided by truncated max. But as I said, what we have shown with our proofs in the paper is that these are really the optimal solutions that you can achieve with ProMax. So there might be really applications where you want to use truncated max and not this ProMax approach, because you just have different needs for your application. Especially if you have a lot of packet loss, it might get worse. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Still, we have time to ask question. No online question, or? Okay, then let's thank speaker again. I would like to welcome our third speaker, Tao Wang, who will be presenting dynamic WCP, dynamic and lightweight data channel coupling towards confidentiality in IoT security. Please, stage it.
So hi, good morning, everyone. So thank you for the introduction. Maybe okay. Sure. So we are very glad to present our work here. And in this work, we present a system named DYWCP that enforces the data confidentiality in for the low-end or non-cryptographic IoT devices. So as we know that when we want to enforce the data confidentiality or integrity for different devices, we usually will apply the conventional cryptography schemes like the EAS or ISA. But for this low-end device or even for some non-cryptography IoT device, they may not support such expensive operations. So for example, for the implementable medical device, so if we apply the cryptography schemes, it will considerably to reduce the lifetime of the device, because they only come with a limited battery supplies. Also for the energy harvesting device, they are usually equipped with a low-end device, then they cannot afford the expensive cryptographic operations. Another example is like the huge amount of the video streams. If we apply cryptography schemes, it may introduce extra delays that will affect users' experience. So the lightweight encryption schemes is indeed required in the real-world applications. Indeed, there are multiple cryptography-based schemes to achieve such goals. But there are usually the trade-off between the security and the cost. So they may use a small size of keys, may use the less round of encryption algorithms, or they may use some simple operations. So in this paper, we want to provide some alternative schemes. Like we want to take advantage of dynamic signal variation, some physical features to achieve the confidentiality of the sensitive data. Here is the 4 properties we want to achieve. The first, lightweight. So we want our scheme to be lightweight. The basic is that in our scheme, the encryption will be done along with the baseband, the signal processing, and channel estimation. So it doesn't need extra hardware support. And for the decryption, it will be hassle-free procedure. So for the receiver, it doesn't need to do anything. It will directly get the clear message. A second property is secure. So our scheme is inspired by the one-time pad. What we know that one-time pad can achieve the perfect security. So it will use some simple operations, but with high secrecy. The third property is compatible. Because our scheme will be done independently with the application layer of some other high-layer protocols, so it is basically compatible with all existing cryptography-based schemes. So they can work together to provide some better security properties. The last one is ubiquitous. Our scheme is embedded in the baseband processing and channel estimations, since this is the basic functionalities for the wireless devices. So our application can be applied to most the IoT applications with the wireless connectivity. Now let's talk about intuition of an idea. So the intuition of an idea is a one-time pad. So I think that everyone should be very familiar with a one-time pad. So it's basically that when you want to encrypt a message, you will generate a one-time used password and to encrypt a message. Usually that this we will use the module addition or exclusive OR here. And other receiver will use the same password to decrypt the message. So, but though the one-time pad can achieve perfect security, but it has been rarely used in real world, because if we have way to share the one-time pad every time, then we can use the same way to share the message securely. So actually the key negotiation create essential hurdles to apply this method. But we find that in the wireless context, though that we cannot to implement the one-time pad, but we can borrow the idea and we can probably remove the key negotiation procedure. In that case, we can actually achieve the dynamic, the wireless pad. Here's the 2 observations that we found that's why we can apply the one-time pad in the wireless context. The first one is one-time pad can use module addition operations. And the second is the wireless channel is actually additive. So the intuitive idea is very simple. I say that the D is the original message and K is a one-time password. So we can use, if we have 2 antennas and one antenna, we use module addition, another we use the module subtraction. At the receiver, and the key will cancel each other. So only the clear message is left. Then we will divide the message by 2, then we will get the data. But then a close examination shows that this simple idea cannot work. The reason is that for the wireless communication, channels are quite different between different devices. Even the different devices are actually half wavelengths away to each other. If we do not deal with the channel discrepancy between 2 antennas, then we will always get a combination of the message and the random signal, the random password KT. Since they're combined together, so we can never distinguish the message DT from KT. So in order to implement this kind of mechanism in the real world, we need to solve several essential issues. The first one is how we can deal with the channel discrepancy. So what we do is we develop a dynamic channel cipher that is based on so we will the cipher is customized based on some channels between the ALICE and between the transmitter and receiver, such that they will we can enable the cancellation of the noise of the random part at the receiver, such that only the clear message is left, but the noise will still remain in the eavesdropper. The second, that for the previous intuitive ideas, we don't do any the module additions, but actually the module operation is very important for all the encryption schemes. It can make the signal within the enclosed form so to further provide some better secrecy. So we need to apply the modular operation in the physical layer. And we found that actually if we simply apply the bitwise the modular addition, it doesn't work, because in the wireless communications, the transmitter unit is symbol. So we need to implement the symbol level module additions. And the last one is cooperative eavesdropping. I have shown that if we have like the collaborative eavesdroppers, it's possible that they may get the signals from different antennas. And also if they know some known plaintext like the preambles or training sequence, they can apply the known plaintext attack to infer the channels and maybe further to decrypt the message. So to defend against that, we will intentionally to poison the wireless channel. That is the friendly poison the wireless channel, such that we will deliver a fake and random channel to the eavesdrop. Here's the overview of our system. This is the system at the transmitter, because at the receiver is the hassle-free the procedure. So the receiver doesn't need any modifications. But we only need to apply this scheme in the transmitter. So you can see that we have our scheme have 4 modules. The first one, the modulation. That's the same as the traditional modulation scheme. And the second module is the symbol modular addition. This is basically that we will do the modular addition to encrypt our data. And the next is adaptive channel cipher. That is to deal with the channel discrepancy between different antennas, such that we can enable the channel cancellation at the receiver. The last one is channel poisoning. We would like to further provide additional protection, such that even it comes with multiple cooperative eavesdroppers, but still they will only get a fake channels. So we will talk about the symbol module addition and adaptive channel cipher in detail. First, let's talk about the dynamic channel cipher. So this is the basic idea. So because it doesn't work because we cannot deal with the differences between H1 and H2. What we do is we want to add additional cipher before we send the data out. And what we want is that after the cipher, the message will align with the compensated channels, such that we can achieve the maximum throughput. And for the password, they should be orthogonal with the compensated channels. Then after the inner production, nothing will be left at the receiver. So here is the details about how we achieve our channel cipher. So this is the received signal, what we want at the receiver. So we can see that DNT is the message and K is the random password for each antenna. And H'(N) is the compensated channel. So what we want is that for the message should be aligned with the channel, such that it will be left at the receiver and achieve maximum throughput. And for the random signals, they should be orthogonal with H', such that finally they will be cancelled. We can further formulate our problems as here. What we want is that the message should align with H', and the noise should be orthogonal with the H prime. First, we would like to construct a message and a password that they are also orthogonal to each other. So basically that we use Grant-Smith algorithms to generate two vectors, U and V. And for data, we'll apply U to D. That's what we send, that's what the data we send as antennas. And K will equal to the VKT. That's the noise we generate. After that, we can find out what is H prime, because the H prime should be aligned with D, so that we can simply use the normalized U as H prime. And with H prime, okay, that we can easily find what is the channel cipher here. So this is the overview about how we achieve the dynamic channel cipher. So next, I will talk about how we can achieve the symbol level module additions. In general, that if we want to achieve the module addition, we can use the bitwise module addition. Like since it's the bitwise module addition, this is exactly the same as exclusive OR. If we have message 0011 and key is 001, then the inquiry message for the two antennas would be the same, 0010 and 0010. Here's the constellation diagram for the 16 QAM. This is one common modulation schemes, and we will use this as an example. So we can see that since for both antennas, they will get the same symbols, that is 0010 symbol here. At the receiver, these two symbols will combine each other, and even we divide by 2, we will still get the same symbol here. That is 0010. So after demodulation, what we get is 0010. That's different from the original message we transmit, which indicates that actually that the bitwise the modulation additions does not work here. We need some other mechanisms. The reason is because that for the wireless communications, the transmit unit is symbols. So if we're still using the bitwise the module additions, then it cannot handle a lot of issues. So we need to do the symbol level module addition. So what we do is first we need to index the symbols. So I shown here that this is there for the 16 QAM modulation schemes. It is actually had 16 possible symbols in the constellation diagram. So then we will index them one by one. This is 00, 01, 02, 03, 10, 11, 12, 13. And when we get a message, we will first convert the message to the index. So for this message 0011, it will become as 02, and the key will become 01. After that, we can then do the modular addition here. Since now that for each index, it has like 4 possible values, so the module will be 4. And we can see that now at the antenna 1, then the symbol should be 03. That's the symbol here. And for the second antenna, the symbol will be 01. That's signal here. And when they arrive to the receiver and they add to each other, then then we will divide the signal by 2. It will become the symbol 02. I'm sorry. So after the modulation, the result will become 0011, which indicates that the indexing method indeed works. So we can get our original message. So actually that at the receiver, the message will be decrypted. It seems that this method can work perfect, but then after we try many times, we find that it cannot work for all the scenarios. For some certain case, it does not work. So like the example shown here, that we find that it may have some decoding shift. Like if we change the message to 1101 and key to 1011, in that case, even we use indexing the method, but still, when we get the signal, the demodulation result will become 1110. That's quite different from what we sent here. And we find that that's because we need a division at the receiver. We need to divide the signal by 2. That in that case, that we will have some unbalanced the modulus, because I shown here that like for the first column, for this one, the 1 plus 2 modulo 4 is the 3. But for this 1 minus 2 modulo 4, we need to add another modulo 4 in order to make the 3. So actually that at the receiver, we should to modulo after modulo 4, the 4 will be removed, so it will become the original message. But if we divide it by 2, then we only have 2 left there. In that case, that we cannot totally remove the additional the modulo added in the second equations. In that case, we will have some decoding shift. So the decoding shift is because the unbalanced module operations caused by the divisions. And here's all the scenarios that may or may not have decoding shift. So we can see that for the first 2 scenarios, we can get the correct result. But for the third and the first scenarios, we will have some decoding shift. Either that the value will increase by half m or will be decreased by half m. So in order to resolve the issues, we want to remove the division, because the division is actually it will introduce some additional operations, also that it will cause this the decoding shift. So we want to totally remove the division. If we don't need the division, then we will not have any issues here. So what we do is we will split the message in 2 parts. Actually here that we will split the index as the sum of 2 index. So it's basically that this is original message, and we will split into Q1 and Q2. Q1 plus Q2 modulo m will still be the original index. In that case, for antenna 1, we will send the symbol Q1 plus the password modulo m, and for the second symbol, it will be the Q2 minus the K modulo m. So at the receiver, you can see that in this case, we don't need to do any divisions. The result will become Q1 plus Q2 and modulo m. It will directly decode it as the original the message, the index D. So this is how we using the split to deal with the decoding shift. After that, we can totally solve the issue. So now we can achieve the symbol level module additions to protect our message. And also that next, I would like to talk about our experiment result. So we implement our schemes in the USRP. So we can see that we actually put the USRP in the 10 locations, and the transmitter is located in position 0, and the legitimate or desired receiver is located at the position 1. All other USRP located in from 2 to 9 are eavesdroppers. We want to show that even the desired receiver is not the closest to the receiver, but still they can get the correct message. But for the eavesdroppers, no matter where it is located, it cannot get the correct message. And the carrier frequency is 2.0 gigahertz. That's what we use. So actually, we also try 1.2 gigahertz, because sometimes then when we are using the 2.4 gigahertz, it will interfere with the Wi-Fi signals. I find that with the 1.2 gigahertz, sometimes it will have better results. And for the modulation schemes, we try BPSK, QPSK, and 16 QAM. First, let's talk about the effectiveness of the dynamic channel cipher. So we can see that when we didn't apply our channel cipher, so the signal received from 2 antennas are quite different from each other. In a case that they cannot achieve the synchronization. So if we if we don't apply the channel cipher, then we will always get the combination of the noise of the password and the data. But when we apply our ciphers, then they can perfectly synchronize each other, and the signal will become clear, and that they will exhibit the same shapes. It's also that we want to show that our scheme can indeed generate some random the signal. Basically, that as a transmitter, we want to send some deterministic the bit sequence with the certain the patterns like 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. So they can never pass any randomness test. So if also we find that as a receiver, that legitimate receiver, indeed it will receive some deterministic bit sequence, and they cannot pass any random test for here. But at the eavesdropper, we found that their received signal are totally random. So this is all kind of different random tests provided by the NIST toolkit. So you can see that the pass rate will range from 98.8% to the 99.6%. This is equivalent to the pass rate for a pure random generated sequence with the same test setting. So which indicate that our message indeed, our scheme indeed protect the data, and that the eavesdropper can hardly get any useful information from the received signals. So we also show the bit error rate and symbol error rate, also entropy at the desired receiver and the eavesdropper. So we can see that at desired receivers, the bit error rate and symbol error rate is very small. And the entropy, since it is a deterministic bit sequence, so that the entropy is very small. So which means that the desired receiver will get deterministic bit sequence without randomness and uncertainties. And for the eavesdroppers located from 2 to 9, so the received signals are random, and it can hardly indicate any useful information for the eavesdropper. Okay, so let me conclude our paper. So in our paper, we propose a lightweight encryption schemes that only require simple module additions and the channel estimations. Also that we demonstrate the feasibility of to apply some wireless dynamic channel path. So we redesign the signal processing modules. Like we add the channel 95 filters, symbol level modulation additions, and also the channel poisoning, protect our message. And also that we implement a prototype to further validate and evaluate our schemes and show its effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So
Thank you for the nice presentation. So I want to ask you that you introduced a dynamic cipher channel, right?
Yeah.
So you also discussed that why it is important to have different security protocols for IoT devices, because they are tiny and they actually cannot consume the same kind of power like other devices. So have you ever thought of evaluating the overall performance of your framework in a larger context of heterogeneous IoT devices? Because introducing a dynamic cipher channel might also may cause a latency or increase the latency or maybe overhead issues. Have you ever thought that how the framework will perform in the larger context of heterogeneous IoT devices?
We will do this to compare the performance of this in our extended version, but in current version we don't do like comparison between we don't do like the performance overhead, the estimations. But during experiment we found that it seems that we don't introduce like too much the latencies here, because the dynamic cipher it's very simple and it's down in very lower layer, so it doesn't introduce. I don't think it introduced too much latency there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the speaker. This is Fahid from Rice University. I have a question regarding the channel observations by the eavesdropper. So you mentioned that the random symbol that you are adding is being added at the symbol basis, right?
Mhm.
And typically for these modulation schemes, you are assuming that the channel coherence is quite large, which means that the same channel can be used with a bunch of symbols, right? So how can this help the eavesdroppers if the eavesdroppers made like how many observations does the eavesdropper need with a simple static channel in order to be able to guess the random noise or the random symbols that we generated?
So I think that that's why we add like some random noise, because that if like sometimes that if we only have because some, as you say, that for the channels sometimes they are not have very big differences, like that may be easy to guess, but if we add more like randomness there, the random signals, then we can further to amplify these channel discrepancies between two antennas, such that we can further to protect the entropy. And in the paper, we have the theoretical analysis to show that actually that as long as we have like enough power, can generate like enough the randomness, the signals, we can achieve very small we can achieve very high the entropy, and that the eavesdropper can hardly get anything from the received signals.
Okay, so just a related question also. So does the channel information about the legitimate user in position 1, does that help the eavesdropper? Because there can be some correlation between the channel of the eavesdropper and other channels and other positions. So does this correlation between channels also help to reduce the entropy at the eavesdropper?
Like you mean the channel, the correlations?
Yeah.
I think because that for theoretically that if two devices are actually away from like half wavelengths, then you could observe the totally uncorrelated channels. So from my experiment, I don't see that the channels have too much the correlation there. So they basically that they are very uncorrelated from each other, so that we cannot observe some consistent patterns for two channels.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other question? Okay, maybe I can ask you one more question. So probably you have threat model in your paper. Can you a bit expand on threat model and tell me now if attacker has any power in intervening the signal by modifying part of signal to reduce the entropy?
I mean that to jam like some jamming attack. I think that's possible because that like jamming, if the attacker have enough power, they can always like to send some random signal, jamming signal to interfere the transmit the signals. But I think there's also the other like some papers that are talking about how we can use different techniques like the frequency hopping or DSS, like to defend against of these jamming signals. But for our paper, we basically talk about how to protect the confidentiality of the data. So we don't talk about the robustness against the jamming attacks.
Okay. Any other question? Don't you have? Okay, then I think we are done and I will close the session. Let's thank speaker again. Thank you.
If you haven't been to the pool upstairs, go there. Anyway, so last session. And the first talk will be really interesting. It's about open thread. And as far as I know, the authors are even going to open source their tools. So if you want to look into the new thread protocol, this is a good talk for you. So yeah, let's welcome the speaker. It's a virtual talk, but I hope they hear the applause.
Good afternoon, I'm Patrick Tagg. I'm going to be talking a little bit this afternoon about some experimentation that we've been doing with OpenThread. So in particular, the work that we've been doing for quite a while focuses on recommendation that we made was essentially to enable some sort of warning mechanism or detection or response mechanism to keep track of failed password attempts, failed integrity checks, a threshold after which it's safe to alert the user or provide some notification through the Commissioner app that something is going wrong, and also to allow users to change passwords of their thread devices, because in many cases those passwords are fixed and if compromised are compromised forever. So it would be nice if a compromised device could be recovered. Currently that's not exactly possible. So that brings me to the end of the talk. I will be happy to accept any questions that anybody has. If not during the session today, then feel free to reach out to myself or to Demetrios if you have questions about the experiments. Thank you very much.
All right, are there any questions in the audience? Okay, is there an online question? Or no, okay. Then one question from me. If I want to get started with threat analysis, what would you recommend me? Like, which hardware should I get? Which setup would be nice to reproduce your results?
So I think the platform that we used was fairly accessible. It's a relatively inexpensive platform. It costs about $20. But there are similar development kits that also support the open thread binaries. And I think the other side of the experimentation is, aside from the thread devices themselves, we also have attack devices. We have a few software-defined radios that are collecting data. The entire selective jamming capability involves a couple of other devices as well. And I entirely glossed over that part in the presentation. But there is some additional hardware that's required.
Okay, awesome. Any questions now in the audience? You had a moment to think about it? Not really? Okay. Yeah, then let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we are going to set up the next talk. So the next talk will be about Wi-Fi deauthentication attacks by Damian. And it's just surprising, like how such a major specification like Wi-Fi is just being broken again and again. And there's like new attacks and mitigations and again attacks. So I'm also very curious about this one.
Thank you, and hello, everyone. Hello, I am Domin from Northeastern University, and this is the paper on the robustness of Wi-Fi deauthentication countermeasures, done together with Anjan Ranganathan and Matti van Hoef from KU Leuven. We're going to talk a lot about Wi-Fi security and specifically deauthentication attacks. And while these have existed a long time, it is one of the reasons why the standards have seen some evolution over the years. And this is not only because of the need for more security, but also for more performance and so on. And recently we have seen the introduction of Wi-Fi 6 and WPA3. And the need for more security is not a surprise in Wi-Fi, because one of the oldest attacks there is in Wi-Fi networks is when an adversary spoofs the authentication frames and to disconnect the client. Then when the client wants to send a data message to the access point, it's not going to be accepted because the adversary has disconnected the client. And this has quite some impact beyond the straightforward denial of service or the network disruptions, because if you force a client to disconnect, it is likely to perhaps even automatically reconnect to the network, and this allows you to capture more handshakes. And this assists in, for example, offline dictionary attacks. But it is also relevant in a number of impactful attacks that require or target the handshakes. An example is the key reinstallation attacks, as well as the association procedures in the crook attacks. So if we find a way to make it harder to do these deauthentication attacks, then we are going to raise the bar to do attacks like these as well. And in order to address this, we have seen the standardization of management frame protection. This has been defined in 2009 already, so quite some time. And what it does is it protects a set of robust management frames, such as the deauthentication frame, and it provides your typical protection mechanisms, such as confidentiality, integrity, and replay protection, and so on. And with this enabled, the previous attack we've seen no longer works. Now, when the adversary spoofs a deauthentication frame, it's not going to be accepted by the access point because it's not protected, and therefore the attack has failed. So, problem solved, you may think. Well, it's of course not that easy. So we set off to do some analysis about the Wi-Fi management frame protection. And we asked ourselves, how robust are these protections that we have today in effectively countering these deauthentication attacks? So we ask ourselves, do they provide sufficient protection? Are they implemented correctly? Do these implementations have some more general implementation bugs? And with the issues that we find, how can we increase the protection to prevent this from happening? We have done this in two steps, which is first look at the standard and inspect the rules that define how stations process these management frames. So we look at how complete are they, do they cover all scenarios, and what is the actual security by what the standard defines. And then we looked at all the implementations, such as the Wi-Fi daemons, such as host AP, and all the operating systems that have support for this. To briefly summarize what we've done with the analysis of the standard, we studied these rules and, that define how to manage these frames. And there we saw a lot of undefined scenarios, as well as vulnerable and contradictory rules. And these shortcomings lead to new denial of service vulnerabilities and deauthentication attacks. And to address this, we proposed a complete set of rules and clarified some unclear rules and offered some defenses to these denial of service attacks that we identified. We have discussed this at task group meetings of the IEEE in order to address all these shortcomings. And to summarize the implementation, we've been looking for logical bugs and design flaws in this implementation. Then in every system that we inspected, we found a number of vulnerabilities. This includes all the latest versions of the Wi-Fi daemons, such as host AP and the iNet wireless daemon, as well as the Linux kernel, everything from Apple, and as well as Android and Windows. So in short, what we've done in this paper is identify a bunch of shortcomings in the standard as well as the implementations. We have discussed this with the IEEE and disclosed all of the vulnerabilities that we identified. And as such, we have just slightly increased the security of Wi-Fi a little bit more. So the remainder of this presentation will quickly go over the analysis of the standard as well as the implementation and then conclude. So when we looked at the standard, we studied these rules on how stations should handle robust management frames. This includes, for example, how does a station have to process these deauthentication frames? This sounds perhaps straightforward, but it becomes quite complex when you consider the entire aspects that happen in these Wi-Fi networks, because stations, which could be clients, access points, or both, may support but not require management frame protection. Frames can be sent to a unicast station, or it can be sent to the entire group. And it may be the case that not all of these encryption keys are installed, for example, during the handshake procedures. And all of this creates some complexity. And to quickly visualize what this would look like in a standard, we have every paragraph here is one of the rules. But when I highlight some of these key points in these rules, you can see how it becomes quite complex, because they talk about in just a single rule, you have to look, are management frame protections required, or is a station only capable? Are we talking about transmitting or receiving frames, about unprotected or protected frames? Are they sent to a unicast address or a group address? Are they coming from any station or only associated stations? What has the client advertised during the connection? What is the station that is receiving the frame been advertising? All these points are somehow relevant in how you should handle these frames. And this creates this kind of complexity behind all of these rules with all these different scenarios that are possible. And these exist for backwards compatibility, as well as making sure all stations can still safely use the network. An example of this is you may have a Wi-Fi network where the access points supports management frame protection, but some clients may also support it or not. Some clients may require it. So all of this becomes quite complex in how you should manage this. So by looking at these rules, we found a lot of undefined scenarios, as well as rules that make them vulnerable to attacks. One of these examples is how we are able to disrupt the handshake. What the standard says is that the receiver will process unprotected deauthentication frames before the pairwise key is installed. Such a rule would create a new trivial denial of service attack, because now the adversary can spoof unprotected frames during the handshake procedure, which causes denial of service attacks. And to address these issues, we made a recommendation, which is when you receive this unprotected frame, you can start some timer before you actually disconnect. But then you can see what happens in the four-way handshake. And when the handshake progresses, you can stop the timer and ignore this frame. This makes sense because if you receive a deauthentication frame, but your client keeps progressing in the handshake, then that is contradictory, because if the client wants to disconnect, it's not going to keep going with the handshake. So that means that the frame was likely malicious, so you can ignore it like this. These kind of rules in the handshake can even lead to more generic denial of service attacks in the handshake, where let's consider this example where the access point has just sent the third or fourth message. Now an adversary can block the final message. This can be done by an active adversary, or it could just be the case due to the network conditions that this frame is corrupted and not received by the access point. But the issue here is that after sending the final message, the client installs its pairwise keys. So it has now the encryption keys for the network and expects all the subsequent messages to be protected. Now, the access point never received this final message, so it will try to retransmit the third message, which is not protected, and therefore it will be ignored by the client. And as a result, the access points will never be in a state where it knows that the handshake was completed, and therefore there's no connection possible between the client and access point. So with all of these rules, there remain some denial of service vulnerabilities. And there were a number of undefined scenarios here as well that were not covered by the current rules. An example is how to handle group addressed frames. For example, a deauthentication message from the access point to all of the clients. An example is this: when the station is capable of using management frame protections, but the peer who is sending the frame is not. And in our paper, we have given the correct behavior for how you should respond to these scenarios, which were currently not defined in the standard. But to fundamentally improve the security of this, it's important that we simply require usage of management frame protection. As I said in the introduction, this has already been defined since 2009. So this is a very long time, but so far has never been mandatory to use in any of the protocols. This changed with WPA3, in which they make management frame protection mandatory, except when it's in transition mode. This means that you can see this as backwards compatibility where management frame protection is not required yet. And we have been doing some wireless surveys over the past years, and we've seen WPA3 grow, its adoption grow, but all of these networks are in transition mode. To date, we have not seen an actual network in the wild that is enforcing usage of management frame protection, which means that by the time we will eventually reach this point, it's going to take many, many more years. And this, regarding the rules in this standard, it's quite important because we can simplify the rules quite significantly if we assume that all stations are required to use management frame protection. So yeah, in this analysis, we then provided the complete set of rules and clarified any issues with them and offered the defenses for the denial of service vulnerabilities. And as I mentioned, these were presented to the IEEE. So next to identifying the standard, we looked at the issues that we found and tested all of these implementations to see if they are vulnerable to them, as well as looking for more generic implementation issues within them. So how we've practically done this is we've been searching for execution paths towards the authentication goals. We've asked ourselves, how can we reach into this state where the client or access point will disconnect the other station? And specifically, we have been looking at plain text, which plain text traffic can accomplish this. Because this way, we consider an outside adversary who does not have the correct keys to encrypt any of the frames. And we've looked at, can we replay any of the protected frames to test the replay protection mechanisms and so on. I quickly wanted to add that all of these issues are disclosed, and we have some proof of concept code on the GitHub and some implementation in some Wi-Fi framework that allows you to quickly reproduce these issues. And there's still more to follow because we're still dealing with some of the disclosures and waiting for patches to be made public. And we've even found some more issues after submitting the paper. So there's issues that were not discussed in the paper, but they will be added to the GitHub as well. So when we looked at the implementations, there's roughly 3 categories in which we found issues, which is the management of the 4-way handshake, 802.1x authentication, and the MLME processing, which takes care of the physical layer properties. So looking at the 4-way handshake, we know this is used to establish your connection with the network and to derive your encryption keys. It also can be used to distribute the group keys and is used for reconnections as well. For example, when a client wants to derive fresh encryption keys, you can use the handshake again to accomplish this. And if you look at the standard for the handshake, there was an interesting line there, which says that any of the frames that have invalid fields should be silently discarded. And this is something we tested with some quite interesting results, because in practice, it turns out that this doesn't always happen. So what the adversary now can do is, as soon as there is some successful connection between the client and access point, the adversary can inject plain text messages, the first message of the handshake, with some corrupted or invalid tags in this message. And instead of discarding this frame as what the standard says, the client would disconnect from the network and sends a protected frame, so the access point accepts this disconnection. And then, based on the configuration of the clients, it may or may not reconnect to the network. Against the iNet wireless daemon, we found a similar issue with setting flags in the header, which is also an invalid frame, and instead of discarding it, it ends up in a deauthentication attack. Next, we've looked at how the integrity group temporal key is managed, and this is one of the group keys that is used to protect group addressed management frames. And we found that some devices are vulnerable to replay attacks, which allows an adversary to capture a protected deauthentication frame. The client at some point connects, fails to install the IPN, which is the key's packet number. And this allows you, the adversary, to simply replay the previous protected frame, and this will disconnect the client from the network. So how do we improve security here? That's actually pretty easy. You have to follow what the standard says today, and that is to discard these frames. Next, we have looked at EAP authentication, and this is typically used within your enterprise network configurations. But in practice, we found that that's not quite true, because one of the attacks here even works against personal networks, which do not even use the EAP frames. So that is totally fine. And the first attack here is by injecting a simple EAPL logo frame. You can spoof the client and tell the access point, okay, I'm terminating this session. What the access point will do is it will restart the authentication. But due to the implementation issues here, they have set a timeout interval, which is too short to recomplete this, the re-authentication. And as a result, the access point will de-authenticate the client. Similarly, you can spoof a frame towards the client, which is the EAP failure. And once you, by design, this frame should be followed by a protected de-authentication frame, but we cannot spoof this as the adversary. But what the client does is it sets some timeout interval where if it doesn't receive the frame within this interval, it will de-authenticate by itself. So after the timeout, the client will disconnect itself. This also works against personal networks where this frame is not, should not be used at all. So these are attacks that then work against the personal as well as enterprise networks. Then there's two more attacks which exploit some pure implementation issues, which is there is in host AP, there are some counters that keep track of how many messages are being sent in a complete handshake. And if you exceed them, then you will be disconnected. This was some countermeasure to prevent some vulnerable against some implementation which sent way too many of these frames. But then what you can do as the adversary is simply inject, in this case, it was 50 EAP request frames, and then the client will abort the handshake and de-authenticate. Similarly, you can send 3 EAPL start frames to the access point. Similar as in the previous attack, you will restart the authentication, but the timeout is too short, which then in turn de-authenticates the client from the network. How would you fix against, or how would you fix these issues? Well, that is to mainly discard any of the plain text EAP or EAPL frames after you've successfully established a connection. This is an approach already taken by Apple and Android, but not everybody enforces this yet because there are some issues with this relating to compatibility and concerns in the handshake procedure, where you could have retransmissions as seen before in plain text, which would then cause some denial of service attacks. And in the final category, we have looked at some of the physical layer processing management entities, which process beacon frames, for example. So your clients will read the beacon frames, and this is managed by the kernel, or this could be offloaded to hardware if it is supported by your device. Today, there is no beacon frame protection deployed in practice, which means an adversary can simply replay beacon frames and add corrupted information elements. An example is a channel switch announcement in which the access point says, we're moving to a different channel, but as an adversary, you can advertise a channel that does not exist, and then the vulnerable clients will try to switch to this channel which doesn't exist and therefore disconnect from the network. So what this would look like is you have some successful connection. The adversary replays beacon frames with some invalid configuration. This will cause the client to disconnect from the network. You can protect against this with sending by sending action frames. So the standard already defines protected action frames, which you can use to, for example, announce a channel switch. So these action frames are protected by management frame protection. So the fix would be to use these protected frames instead of using the beacon frame to announce this information. Alternatively, you can enforce the protection of beacon frames, which was, there was a paper here at WiSec 2 years ago that proposed a system to do this. And beacon frame protection will be required in the next Wi-Fi generation, Wi-Fi 7, but this is going to be, we're still working on the adoption of Wi-Fi 6, so this is a long time ahead of us. So in this work, we have seen how clients remain vulnerable to these kind of disconnection attacks, and a lot more care is needed to prevent them in both the standards as well as the implementation. And one of the issues we haven't discussed too much yet in this presentation, but it is insider threats as well. Because if you are a client who is connected to the network, you have, for example, the group key of the network, which you can leverage to spoof some of the frames. This is not addressed by the standard today as it is, so there is more work needed to prevent against these kind of attacks. And by working with the IEEE and disclosing all of these vendors, we have made the Wi-Fi networks a little bit more secure again. So thank you, and I'll be happy to take your questions.
Hi, nice work.
Thank you.
I'm Noreen. Could you please go back to the four-way handshake slide?
This one or?
The block one, the one you tried, the blocking one of the frames?
Yep.
Yeah, so when you tried this in your implementation, how was the behavior of the station end or access point end? Did they start the process with the same pair or the station tried with another access point?
And this was, for example, evaluated against host AP, and what we saw there was that you indeed have these retransmissions from the access points. Okay. But because of this frame never being received, it's in plain text. And this is the behavior. This is the expected behavior. So all of the access points will retransmit this in plain text. And that is then the reason why this denial of service exists.
Yeah, okay. So did you try multiple times to doing that, like the same thing repeatedly?
Yes.
With blocking?
Yeah.
And it keeps happening like that?
You only have to block this once because the client will ignore the retransmission because it's in plain text. And then after a certain timeout interval, let's say, I don't know exact by heart it is, but let's say in 1 second, you don't receive the protected frame, then the client will just say, okay, the access point is probably gone. I'm going to terminate the handshake and disconnect.
So the station disconnects it?
Yes.
From the station end. But did you try with multiple access point, multiple station scenarios?
No, not with the multiple access point network, no.
Yeah. Just another question. So you submitted your disclosure to the Wi-Fi Alliance. What was their?
This is regarding the standard was actually part of a larger issue that goes beyond purely the authentication attacks. So that's still an ongoing process.
Okay.
Yeah, and with the specific vendors, there's a bunch of them are fixed already, but there's a few more that we are waiting for.
Okay, nice, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, awesome talk. One thing I'm wondering about, like with WPA3, you mentioned that basically all networks out today are still in some kind of compatibility mode. Is that like a limitation from the implementations that you audited? Like, do they not fully, haven't they fully implemented all the features of WPA3, or is it more of a thing where administrators consciously?
And it's a pure choice by whoever operates the Wi-Fi network, because your typical, at least regarding personal networks, Android and Apple all support management frame protection. So these clients are capable of enforcing this, but the network doesn't mandate this yet. But that's purely configuration choice by whoever operates the network.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's probably going better with Wi-Fi 7 as well.
Yeah, ideally, this would all be configured right now, but we've seen with some previous work on Wi-Fi that these adoption rates are incredibly slow. And it's only until 2 years ago, I think, that WPA TKIP, which is long vulnerable, was still used in practice. So it's going to take, it's hard to say, of course, but I wouldn't be surprised if it takes a decade before we see 90+% of networks actually enforcing all of this. So that's why it's also important to do the research that we did and find these vulnerabilities so that at least they can be fixed in the meantime.
Agreed. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Online questions? No? Okay, then let's thank the speaker again
Thank
for
you.
this awesome talk. All right, so the next talk is the one which got the best demo award also. So the meta surface in the middle attack paper. And it's really interesting because I've been at Rice University like I think 7 years or so ago, and we also did like midterm attacks and stuff, but not with such shiny objects and specially crafted surfaces. So yeah, let's welcome the speaker.
All right, thank you. Hi again, my name is Jambal, and in my talk today, I'm going to show you a new class of devastating and stealth attacks, which we termed as meta surface in the middle attack. So this work is a joint effort. So first, I would like to acknowledge my collaborators from Rice and Brown universities. As the title suggests, meta surfaces are the key component of the attack. To describe what they are in a high level, meta surfaces are these artificially engineered structures that have unique properties. Those properties are far beyond what's found in nature. They're designed to enable controllable manipulation over the impinging electromagnetic wave. For example, they can enable absorption, collimation, refraction, and many, many other EM wave manipulation functionalities. Fundamentally, a meta surface consists of many sub-wavelength scale meta atoms. One such meta atom is shown in the form of a C shape over here. Importantly, one can control the phase and amplitude of the amplitude response of the meta atom based on its geometrical properties. And by intelligently arranging a group of meta atom in a periodic pattern, one can actually enable targeted waveform manipulation over the impinging electromagnetic waves. Now, in wireless communication, meta surface has been used to enhance communication performance in numerous ways. For example, on the figure on the left, you can see a transparent meta surface that is embedded in a window. And this meta surface has been demonstrated to successfully relay directional signals from outdoor location to a location indoor. Similarly, meta surface or metamorphic surface you can see on the right figure, those are meta surface that are put on top of the curtains and blinds. Those has been shown to extend the signal coverage. Prior work has many other examples where they actually showed that performance of the communication can be enhanced based on different meta surface designs. All these advances are great because they truly help to improve the wireless communication. Now, as we advance toward the next generation, beyond 5G networks, meta surfaces are envisioned to be even more ubiquitous part of the environment, especially providing this controllable steering capability over the high redirectional, high frequency, and high data rate wireless signals. As I was saying previously, all these advances are great because meta surface or meta devices, they're truly helping to improve the wireless communication. However, in this work, we show how actually adversary exploits this metasurface and becomes a formidable threat in wireless links. In particular, we define and demonstrate metasurface in the middle attack. Now, to demonstrate the principles of the attack, consider a transmitter Alice transmitter Alice that is communicating with the receiver Bob over highly directional terahertz link. Malicious Eve, who is located over there, aims to eavesdrop on the link. Now, in this scenario, because of the highly directive, narrowly focused beam, Alice and Bob are immune from the eavesdropping. Attack. However, with the metasurface in the middle, Eve actually becomes a dangerous threat. In particular, now she can secretly manipulate the electromagnetic waves of the transmission to establish an eavesdropping link that is directed toward herself, which is shown in the red color over there, while at the same time maintaining the original link between Alice and Bob. Shortly, I'm going to explain how exactly Eve does that and what's her design strategy. Now, regarding the scenario, the adversary could be carrying out the attack in different scenarios and across different contexts. For example, it can be a wireless LAN scenario where Alice is an access point, Bob is a laptop. In this scenario, Eve's metasurface could be hidden in the environment as a bug. For instance, it can be hidden between the tabletop menu stand over there and the Eve successfully eavesdropping from the door side. Similarly, the attack could be launched on the backhaul networks. For example, on the figure on the right, you can see Alice and Bob are the two different buildings that are communicating over the rooftop point-to-point link. In this scenario, Eve employs a metasurface, employs a drone that has a metasurface attached to it and secretly diffracts a transmission toward herself, which is shown on the van over there. From these examples, one can actually see that the practicality of the exposed attack in this work. Now, the threat model of this work is as follows. We consider Alice and Bob that are communicating over line-of-sight terahertz link. By terahertz, I mean frequencies of 100 gigahertz and above, up to 1 terahertz. The center frequency is designated as a F sub C and some bandwidth B. Here we consider that Eve has knowledge of these general information, such as the center frequency, bandwidth, and the location of the communicating parties. Now, to carry out the attack, what Eve does is that she designs her targeted metasurface in the middle and positions it between Alice and Bob. If necessary, she can also adjust her own antenna, for example, rotating it accordingly in order to observe different polarization. So we give this kind of freedom to Eve in this model. Now, in the metasurface in the middle design, Eve's high-level strategy is to induce this constructively interfering radiation pattern that is directed toward herself at an angle theta. In particular, she generates this anomalous diffraction. And in order to do so, she exploits generalized Snell's law. And it can be neatly expressed as the equation over here, where theta is an eavesdropping angle, c is a speed of light, fc is a center frequency, d phi dx is the phase profile of the metasurface, and the gamma is the impinging angle, and n, gamma, and theta are the refractive index characterizing the environment. Now, the key parameter I want you to focus in is d phi dx expression over there, the phase profile. Now, without that phase profile, or that phase profile being equal to 0, one can notice that the overall expression actually boils down to standard Snell's law, which essentially describes the change of the direction of a wave as it propagates from one environment to another. However, Eve here she's smart. She takes advantage of these phase profiles in order to induce abrupt and targeted phase change at the interface of the metasurface. This actually allows her to control the impinging wave and shape the desired diffraction radiation pattern. All right, so that's clear with the equation. Now, how actually Eve realizes such abrupt changes at the surface of the interface physically? How does she physically realize such thing? Now, she's very strategic in approaching the process. As a first step, she constructs a meta-atom. In particular, she generates these C-shaped split ring resonators that are shown on the top figure. Those are metallic structures, and they are in the scale of a sub-wavelength. And they resonate at a particular frequency. And their excited properties are governed by multiple parameters, such as radius R, opening alpha, and orientation beta. Now, importantly, this allows Eve to actually control the phase response and amplitude response of each meta-atom. Now, in the design of a meta-surface, Eve requires more than one meta-atom and different parameters. In order to expedite the process, she actually generates a heat map of the phase shift and amplitude response based on the different parameters, and specifically selectively chooses meta-atom parameters that she needs in the design. So here, on the figure on the bottom, I'm showing the heat map of the phase shift as a function of the radius R and the split angle alpha. And from that, you can notice that Eve actually has a full control, control over the full 2 pi phase shift. Now, that's not the end of the story. Now, Eve has a second step, which is designing these supercells. In particularly, she intelligently arranges a group of meta-atoms over the spatial period gamma. Now, in order to yield a diffraction radiation pattern at an angle theta, she generates this constant phase gradient with a 2 pi phase shift over the spatial period gamma. So here in the figure, I'm illustrating this. You can see on the x-axis 8 different meta-atoms. And they are purposefully chosen such that as a total, they can enable 2 pi phase shift while also maintaining approximately uniform amplitude transmission. And those are shown in the orange and the blue curve. Now, if we zoom into each of these meta-atoms, you can actually observe that Eve selected each of them specifically such that she can induce pi over 4 phase shift with respect to the neighboring meta-atom. And she selects the remaining 4 meta-atom such that she can have a full 2 pi response. So if you pay attention to the last 4 elements, you can actually see that they are 90-degree rotated with respect to the first 4 elements. And this allows Eve to gain additional pi shift over the interface of the metasurface and achieve the full 2 pi control. Now, once she designed these supercells, she periodically structures this across the metasurface substrate, and then she had the fully functioning metasurface. So that was the design part. Having generated that, next step is actually fabricating it. So traditionally, traditional method of doing so is known as a photolithography, which enable very ultra high resolution. But the problem with this technique is that they have a very high cost and they are a very slow process because they require sophisticated equipment and a clean room. Now, Eve's strategy here in the metasurface in the middle attack is to rapidly and inexpensively hot stamp the metasurface. And on Monday, and during the demo session, we actually presented the fabrication technique. And if you can remember from the demo session, Eve actually follows simple 3 steps. The first, she prints out the design that I described previously through a standard printer. Next step is that she takes this printed pattern, puts a foil, and passes it through the laminator. And what happens there is that as the paper and foil they heat up, the metallic dust on the foil gets transferred to the ink, and they bond together. And the last step, Eve just peels out the remaining of the foil, and once she peels out, she can clean up with the simple tape. and she has a fully functioning metasurface, and she can use it in the attack. So as you have noticed, the overall process takes less than 5 minutes. And the only thing for fabrication what Eve needs is simple standard office items such as printer, paper, laminator, and foil. And that's important because the cost of the attack boils down to cents. And Eve can fabricate those metasurfaces very, very quickly. Now, in order to demonstrate this attack, we set up a tabletop terahertz system. On the figure on the left, you can see terahertz transmitter that is generating wideband terahertz pulse. Given the sub-wavelength, sub-microwatt transmit power, the receiver is 1 meter separated from the transmitter. So when the receiver is at theta 0 degree, it indicates the observation of Bob. And in order to understand the observation of Eve, we look at the different theta values sweeping across the different angles at a step of 2 degrees. Now, as the name suggests, metasurface is in between the transmitter and the receiver over here. And that metasurface was specifically designed for a center frequency of 150 gigahertz. And it has a diffraction peak that is occurring at 22 degrees. In general, there are many, many ways of designing a metasurface. And this particular metasurface is cross-polarized metasurface, meaning that eavesdropping diffraction link modulated strongly in the orthogonal polarization. Therefore, Eve is actually purposefully observing orthogonal polarization, and she can do that by just simply rotating her antenna. Now, to understand how much damage Eve can do in such an attack, we first explore the signal power that Eve receives. And in order to show that, on the x-axis, you can see the frequencies up to 500 gigahertz. On the y-axis, you can see the normalized power of Eve, who is actually located at the diffraction peak at 22 degrees. Now, without a metasurface in the middle, you can actually clearly see that Eve cannot detect Alice transmission. So she essentially absorbs noise, which are shown as a fluctuating black curve. However, with the metasurface in the middle, you can see in the blue curve that she can obtain up to 40 dB of power gain. Not only that, she receives actually very, very wide band, over 100 gigahertz. Of course, the fabrication technique that I described earlier, it's a very, very simple technique, and it has some imperfections. And those imperfections are exhibited in the form of a fluctuation on the frequencies above 200 gigahertz. So you notice that this particular metasurface is designed for 150 gigahertz, and if, for instance, Eve decides to eavesdrop on a different frequency, she can redesign her metasurface for targeted center frequency and use them. Now, next, we explore the impact of the attack at Bob, especially investigating the energy footprint. And the rationale here is that if Alice and Bob, if they are blocked, then of course they will not use it, and because the transmission doesn't pass through to Bob. Also, if metasurface in the middle leaves a footprint, then of course Bob will detect it. And in order to understand the impact of the attack on Bob, here I'm showing similar on the x-axis. I'm showing frequencies. On the y-axis, I'm showing power, and the green curve here indicates the power received at Bob without metasurface in between. So it's a clean line of sight. Now, here, what you can see is that on the red curve, you can see the observation of Bob with the metasurface in the middle. And what you quickly notice is that it has the metasurface induces only a few dB power loss at Bob. And this power loss is also very uniform across the spectrum. Unfortunately for Eve, Alice, and Bob, it will be very, very hard to detect. because those type of changes are actually characteristic of ordinary wireless channels. For example, small-scale mobility, moving a transmitter a little back will result in a similar pattern. And it's important because now Alice and Bob will be really challenged to see whether the attack occurred in the first place or its impact of the channel. So in this work, we have many other experimental evaluations, and which I'm not showing here for the purpose for the interest of time. But we have investigated the characteristic of the metasurface that we designed. We also performed an experiment to understand how robust is the positioning of the metasurface in this attack, because you can imagine maybe it's slightly off in terms of positioning. Does it really, does the attack still successful? So, and the answer is yes, she can be off. The metasurface positioning can be off and off up to 30 degrees, and the attack is still successful. And we'll also show the insecure zone. So all this information can be found in our paper. And to summarize, in this work, we defined and demonstrated a new acute vulnerability to the metasurface and the middle attack. We prototyped this and showed that the attack can be performed in less than 5 minutes at the cost of less than $1. And we implement the attack and performed the experimental evaluation with the terahertz system. Now, going to the future work. In the future work, we plan to explore countermeasures or detection mechanisms. For example, we're really interested about whether we can detect such kind of attack. For example, one possibility might be advanced sensing at Alice, because these metasurfaces, they contain metallic structures, and they will reflect some signals back to Alice. And the question would be, can Alice detect such reflections and possibly reveal the attack being revealed? Another interesting direction that we are interested is secure aware training between Alice and Bob. Can this kind of training help to detect and prevent these kind of malicious, devastating attacks? Also, extending on our current work, metasurface in the middle attack could be performed with a programmable metasurface, in which case the EIF could dynamically manipulate the transmission and establish this eavesdropping link dynamically. So with that, I can conclude my presentation, and thank you all for your attention.
So thank you a lot for the talk. Are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you. Great talk. Murtaza Jalliwala, University of Texas, San Antonio. A couple of questions. So one, terahertz communication, as you know, limited communication range. So you talk about a practicality of the attack. You know, limited communication range means your metasurface really probably, a few meters will probably be visible. So how do you overcome that, right? And second, again, terahertz communications, don't work well. For example, if the air moisture level is too high, its absorption goes high. So did you test your experiments under different environmental conditions to see if it works, maybe under different ranges?
Great questions. So in terms of a range, let's tackle the first question. In terms of a range, actually, prior work has shown that terahertz communication can go up to kilometers. So those kind of ranges has been shown, terahertz communication more than kilometers even, at 150 gigahertz. Now, in terms of a metasurface, so if you remember, the requirement for EIF is to have these meta atoms in the scale of a sub wavelength. So when we think about terahertz, those are, let's say, 150 gigahertz, means half a millimeter. Then each of the meta atom needs to be less than half a millimeter, let's say 100 micrometers. And the overall surface of the meta surface, as we showed in the demo, is kind of 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter. Therefore, I think then, so here we showed only meta surface with the substrate of the paper. The substrate can be different also. Let's say plastic can also be substrate. Then in that case, now you have a very, very small meta atoms on the very, very small meta surface, and they have a transparent substrate, then it will be very, very hard to detect. Now, going back to the second question about the long ranges, right, the moistures, yes, those are one of the trade-offs of the terahertz communications of having this moisture. But as I mentioned previously, long-range communication has been shown, and therefore people think, and we all believe that it's a terahertz communication is promising future direction.
Okay, one more question.
Hello, this is Amir Yazoni from University of Arizona. My question is about your experimental setup, about the terahertz receiver. I saw in your experiments that you covered a few gigahertz when measuring the response over the 22-degree angle. So is your receiver sweeping through this frequency range, or are you capturing the whole response at instantaneously at the same time?
Okay, good question. So to clarify, we at each angle we're taking it separately. So 2 degrees we take one snapshot, on the 22 degrees we take another snapshot. So it's in separate. So since we have only one receiver, we're taking each of the snapshots separately across the different frequencies, across different angles.
Like degree, are you capturing the whole frequency range?
Oh, yes, it is all frequency range up to 500 gigahertz.
Oh, okay, I see.
And so from the previous question that previously was asked about, do we plan to make a long-range experiment? Yes, it is on our plan. So it's in my summer plan to do meta surface in the middle attack between 2 buildings. So, so the plan is that we'll have 2 buildings. They will have a modulated high-frequency terahertz signals that are sent out, and we will actually attach a meta surface on the drone and intercept the signal. And we'll want to see the attack both on the rooftops, on the ground, and inside the buildings. How does Eve can eavesdrop from those 3 different locations?
Are there any further questions? Online questions? Okay, then let's thank the speaker again. Our last speaker will also present a paper about terahertz communication, and she's also working at Rice University. So let's welcome her.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Jai from, oh, it's not coming. I think it's just some connection issue. Let me start again, okay? Right. This is so weird. It happened when I tasted, so. I do have mine, so let me try the final time if it doesn't work. Yeah, let's switch to a different one. Thank you. Thank you. Looks good. Okay, thank you for the introduction. I'm Jia Ye from Rice University. I'm happy to present our work on terahertz link security as the last paper in the whole conference. So this work is a collaboration between Rice, Technion, MIT, and Brown University. Angular dispersion characterizes the radiation direction change with frequency. So as I shown in this illustration, for an angular dispersive link, different frequencies emit towards slightly different angles. This is a well-known phenomenon. For example, we all know that how light disperses from a prism. Just like a prism, angular dispersion also exists in many other wireless devices, including phased arrays, liquid wave antennas, and also metasurfaces. Like these devices actually all have great potentials for terahertz networks. And while angular dispersion always exists, it only becomes more prominent in the millimeter wave and terahertz regime because now we are using a large bandwidth. When we look at this angular dispersive links, we find that angular dispersion actually introduced a new security concern. As shown in this figure, when the transmitter Alice employ a larger bandwidth, it results in a wider and wider beam, which can potentially benefit an eavesdropper in the environment. Yet, a large bandwidth is still desired to realize the high data rate. So this leads to this disturbing question that whether the terahertz link will be secure or fast, but not both at the same time. So in this paper, we are the first to study secure transmission strategy for angular dispersive links. When we try to address this problem, we propose to frequency channelize the transmission and apply cross-channel coding on top. With this proposed approach, we experimentally demonstrate that we can show a consistent insecure region, meaning that the consistent secure level for the link despite an increasing bandwidth and a widening beam. So in particular, we show that if the eavesdropper fails to intercept the narrowband transmission, it is highly likely that she will also fail to intercept the link when the bandwidth increases with the wider signal footprint. In the following, I'll explain how this works in more detail. So to study the security of angular dispersive links, we use this specific system model in a line-of-sight environment. In particular, the transmitter Alice employ a parallel plate liquid wave antenna, which has the angular dispersion property, so that different frequencies actually emit towards slightly different directions. Using this liquid wave antenna, Alice employ a frequency band that emit toward the receiver Bob, and the band is evenly sliced into multiple frequency channels. For this transmission, Alice wants to transmit this message M to Bob reliably without being intercepted by an eavesdropper. For this transmission between Alice and Bob, we considered a threat of a single eavesdropper that can be anywhere nearby the transmission. From the physical layer security perspective, the link is secure when there is no leakage to the eavesdropper that can be formally defined by the mutual information between eavesdropper's observation Z and the message M. As you can imagine, whether the link is secure highly depends on eavesdropper signal strength at each location. Therefore, for all the possible eavesdropper location and based on the eavesdropper received signal strength profile, we can determine that whether this secrecy condition defined here is violated. Based on that, we can characterize the link secrecy by secure versus insecure region. Of course, the spatial domain, the spatial region that is very close to Alice and Bob will be insecure. But here, the goal is to obtain an insecure region as small as possible. For the angular dispersive links, the concern is that as the bandwidth increases, the footprint will get wider, and then this insecure region will also expand. So the goal of this project is that and then notice that this insecure region is also dependent on the transmit strategy Alice is employing. So what we want to do in this project is that we want to find the transmit strategy that can solve or at least alleviate this problem. So to address this challenge, what we propose is we propose this strategy termed SCADO, which is abbreviated from secure coding for angularly dispersive links. So the foundation of this strategy comes from a key observation that the eavesdropper does not intercept all the frequency channels equally well. As shown in this illustration, when eavesdropper is at a different angle compared to Bob, she either receives lower frequencies better or higher frequencies better, but not both at the same time. Therefore, we propose to employ a cross-channel coding on top of the frequency channelized transmission. So the idea is that a receiver will need all the frequencies to decode the message Alice transmit. So when the eavesdropper only receives a subset of frequency channels well, she fails to intercept the message. To demonstrate the security performance of the proposed strategy SCADO, we employ a terahertz time domain system in the experiment, which is a system very similar to what Jean-Paul just described in the previous presentation. As shown in this picture, the transmitter emits a wideband signal spanning from below 100 gigahertz to 100 gigahertz. That wideband signal is coupled into liquid wave antenna, which is then emit out of the liquid wave antenna slot and then toward different directions. We move the receiver across different angles to collect the frequency spectrum at different angles. So with this system, we can characterize the frequency spectrum for this wideband 150 to 1 terahertz with a resolution of 3 gigahertz. So using this setup, we obtain the radiation pattern of the liquid wave antenna. So using this measured radiation pattern, we can emulate the transmission in the line of sight environment. And then we further employ the proposed cross-channel coding strategy SCADO on top. So what I show in this slide is the insecure region when we employ SCADO. So the origin of this polar plot is where the transmitter is. So Alice is at the origin, and the triangle represents where Bob is. So Bob is at 40 degrees and then 1 meter away from the transmitter. And when we start by looking at a single channel transmission, we can see that the insecure region just surrounds this Alice and Bob transmission. And then this irregularity of the shape represents the irregularity in the beam. As the bandwidth increases, surprisingly, we found that the insecure region is not expanding with the widening signal footprint. Because when we look at the radiation pattern, the different frequencies are actually emit towards different directions, and then thus a widening signal footprint. So for this, we do, by comparing the two, we see that our proposed strategy SCADO is very effective in alleviate this insecure region expansion problem, and thus we can achieve this wideband, fast and secure terahertz link. And I want to point out that this consistent insecure region is not a straightforward result. To show that we will compare to a baseline approach that does not apply the cross-channel coding. So this approach is denoted by the independent coding baseline, ICB, here on the right-hand side. So this baseline strategy uses exactly the same set of code words as our proposed strategy schedule, but has a different message to code word mapping so that the transmission in individual frequency channel is independent to each other. As you can see in this right figure, using the independent coding baseline, the insecure region no longer remains consistent when the beam widens. Instead, the insecure region expands in the spatial domain, indicating that the link suffers from secure degradation when the proposed coding strategy is not employed. In conclusion, we are the first to study the secure transmission strategy for the angular dispersive terahertz links. By frequency channelize the transmission and employ cross-channel coding on top, we experimentally demonstrate that angular dispersive link can still maintain a secrecy level despite a widening beam. This concludes my talk, and I'm happy to take any questions.
So thank you for this interesting talk. Are there any questions in the audience? Yes?
Yeah, hello, thanks. You gave this, oops, that's a bit loud. Sorry for that. So you showed this mutual information going to 0 for the eavesdropper, but typically this information theoretic formulation of things, there's also a reliability requirement that, say, Alice and Bob, basically the receiver, maintains always a positive rate of information. Is this part of your consideration?
Yes, we do consider both reliability and security. So here, as you can see, the goal for the transmitter is both reliability and then security. But then I'm just like focusing on the definition of security here. Like for sure, that part that Bob has to receive reliably is also formulated in the problem.
Any more questions in the audience? Okay, I have a question. So you said you consider a single eavesdropper that could be anywhere. And my question is like, if I'm an eavesdropper and I have like more money and can invest more in my setup, what happens when I like have 2 eavesdropping antennas that are synchronized?
Yes, so consider that like you have one antenna on a larger angle and then another antenna on the smaller angle, and then you basically observe all the frequency channel, and then if you for all the frequency channels you obtain basically the same power as Bob, then there's no way we can secure the link in a physical layer security manner. So that's like a constraint in physics.
So Alice and Bob have to somehow check that, like, at least there's not a lot of suspicious objects around or something.
Yes, that's the idea. Like if we can characterize there's this region, and then we at least want to clear out this region, and then there's no suspicious activities inside.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Any further questions in the audience? Okay, yeah, so with this, let's thank the speaker again. Yeah, and also I think you have closing remarks. Yeah.
So that was the last session. I hope it was very good experience for all of you. This conference, I mean, I had really a lot of, I would say, fun, yeah, being back to physical presence conferences, and I hope it continues to be like this even further. I hope nobody is going to get COVID. We are so disciplined sitting in masks here. I hope this suffers not for nothing. Yeah, so thank you very much, everybody, for coming. Thank you for your contributions in terms of presenting papers, submitting papers, doing excellent work, doing research, getting the results. Yeah, thank you all. And I also would like to thank our general chair. Somehow indeed we got many praises from him towards all the organizers, but somehow we should also, all of us, thank him. And yeah, I suggest. So he had the most of the work to organize this conference, and that was great experience. Thanks again.
Thank you, Alexandra Yongde, for organizing this wonderful program. And again, thanks. Conference is not complete without attendees and authors, right? So a big thank you to all of you for participating with your papers, by coming in, listening to our talks, and giving some awesome presentations. I think that's more or less it. If you are craving for more wireless security, I would recommend you stay one more day. Many of you are, or at least some of you are. We have our wireless security and machine learning workshop, which is a full day workshop that's going to be organized tomorrow. It's going to be in this very same room. Again, we have, I think, 13 or 14 really cool talks and papers that are going to be presented in that space, including a keynote speaker and a panel towards the end. So it's going to be awesome. So if you get a chance to come to our workshop, or if you're not registered, you can register. Panos? Yeah, I was going to call you up. So obviously keep an eye on the WiSec website for announcements on future conferences. But I would like to call upon our steering committee, WiSec steering committee chair Panos, to kind of maybe give us some insights if there are updates.
So what I would like to say first and foremost is my sincere warm thanks to the general chair and the program chairs. They all demonstrated professionalism, commitment, and they brought their experience, expertise, and enthusiasm in bringing back WiSec in this in-person with streaming, with elements of hybrid, let's say, participation. And this is a very, very significant feat. We were all very comfortably in the virtual space, but this is a big deal for the conference. So I would like us to give them all three a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. So regarding the future editions of WiSec, I can only say that we are in the process of determining where WiSec will be in 2023 and 24. So if those of you who might aspire to host WiSec and you are in the room, or you know someone who would, please spread the word. Otherwise, prepare your submissions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thanks, guys, and yeah.
And don't forget to explore the beautiful San Antonio area. I think there's a lot to explore. So I think this is a good opportunity to go around, have some fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.